Hopefully everything is working here. Hello, Akira. How are you, sexy? New internet. Modern age internet. Insane. I might be able to download something on stream now. It is about 15 times faster than my old connection. The last one you had was ass. The last one I had is ass. So like, I called up to try to cancel my other ISP earlier. Their DNS server was down. That's how bad my old internet is. I can't even cancel it. Yeah, I'm hoping everything will be wonderful and flawless, beautiful, stunning. Hello! Hello, my lovelies. We are back on the side story train. I played... After stream, I finished the Magic High School thing. I tried to play the next one. It was so bad. So we're on this. The delinquent youths of Mysteria spend their nights tearing through the streets on gear cycles, filling the void with speed, noise, and reckless rallies. I would say this is about a 98% chance of a skipper. When Show and the Destiny Nocturnes catch wind of the wild hooligans' movement, they rev their engines and take off. Dear God. Dear God, no. Last incident was my fault because I was curious about satellite connection. Oof. Oof. Oof.
胸の奥底がさ、なんかぽっかりと開いてんだよな。それが虚無感なのか脱力感なのかよくわかんねえけど、ただ虚しさを感じるんだ。けどよ、別に毎日がつまんねえわけじゃねえのよ。ダチとつるんでバカやって。
The last side story was
楽しんでるかもしれない。
something else. Like,
でも
for some reason,
なんでだろうな。
there was like a motorcycle gang at the Magic Academy, and Burn got enrolled again for some reason. Why isn't Shout and Stream? Because it's broken. Because it's broken. Because I fiddle with the settings. Okay. Be working out. I'm gonna hate this. They spend all their time riding on their shiny gear cycles, which is affectionately called their beasts. These vehicles are propelled with pedals and fueled by fire magic, often accompanied by the deafening roar of engines. Still don't see it. That's odd, because I can. Hello, Arietel. Yeah, I can see it on all of my streams. Okay, you see it now. Cool. We speed away endlessly in the gear cycles. The symbols of freedom. In group rides, they refer to as rallies. Okay, I'm already done with this. Two young men arrive at the meeting place early, excited for the rally happening that night. No, I'm done. I'm out. One night, delinquent students from Mysteria fall victim to the pants raid held by the gang called the Wild Hooligans. This new gang is headed by a student named from Wilder Academy who is after Show's head. Upon hearing this, she leads the Destiny Nocturnes to the Wild Hooligans base to subdue the troublemakers before the situation in Mysteria grows worse. It's a 0 out of 10. It's already a 0 out of 10. I'm actually already so done with it. Hold on. We need a new tier for these fucking motorcycle ones. This is actually unreal. Like, so fucking bad. Better or worse than Barrower? It's worse than Shadowverse because it's longer. You skip this one. Yeah, I'm not surprised, mate. I'm not fucking surprised. No outlook for frustrations and no vision of the future, yet endless passion and raging appetite burn inside. Charged with crimes he didn't commit, a young man finds himself thrown onto Supermax Juvenile Detention Island. Escaping the island is said to be impossible, but still he's determined to fight and prove his innocence in order to protect what he cherishes. Nothing will stop his youth from finding the justice he believes in, even if it means standing up against the entire sky. Yeah, we'll say above Barrower tier, but like barely. I really hope that we weren't gonna have to have another tier here, you know. But like, what can you do? What can you do? Ah, shit. What can you do? Thought we were like home free and there wasn't going to be anything else that was going to be absolutely appalling. How wrong I was. What do they call these things? Fucking motorcycles or something. I've got some awful name for it. Gear cycles, that's it. Gear cycles here. Where did I throw the other one? I can't even tell. What was the other one called? Oh god. Showtime Legend of the Blue Wanderer is this one. Oh dear god, no. Oh, it was other side of the sky. Get down there. That's where you belong, mate. I already know I'm skipping this. This is so bad. Showtime. Right, Showtime. Showtime. Get in there. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Right, let's get through this. Destiny Nocturnes ride to the Wild Hooligans' haunt, where they find themselves involved in something unexpected. Wild Hooligans are gathered at a warehouse together with their leader, Doman. Several students of Mysteria, where crates of an illegal substance called Amazing Cigarette are stored. When they see the Skyden Bureau of Investigation coming to raid their place, Doman and company set fire to the warehouse and run away, leaving the Destiny Nocturnes at the scene. Framed for their crimes, she's also taken away and sent to the Supermax Juvenile Detention Island. The people who fucking made this should be sent to fucking Juvenile Detention Island. The Destiny Nocturnes right. Let me go. Let me go. I want to be free. Joe arrives at the Supermax, a prison which calls itself a correctional facility where boys undergo a special training program to teach them how to be a proper person in society. There, the guards use violent tactics to discipline Sho for his rebellious attitude, calling them penalties. Before feigning from the guards' harsh discipline, Sho swears to himself that he will prove his innocence. Get out of the Supermax. Ain't no Platinum Sky. I don't think I've done Platinum Sky yet, have I? Platinum Sky. Ooh. Platinum Sky 73. Oh, that's the society stories, right? After being confined in a retribution cell for several days, Sho is shown to a room that he is to share with 3 other boys. Sho is disgusted by his new roommate's obedience toward the guards and scoffs at them. Later that night, Sho's roommates gathering up on Sho as payback for having looked down on them. However, Sho knocks all of them down and declares himself king of the room. Fucking great. One day, Sho's father comes for an unexpected visit. To Sho's surprise, he tells his son that he believes him to be innocent and asks if he could give the father-son relationship another chance. Soon after, Doman enters the room for a visit himself. The Wild Hooligans leader reveals that he first met Sho in juvie, where he had been thoroughly beaten up by Sho. As revenge for the shame he went through, Doman declares that he intends to rob Sho of everything he cherishes. Okay. He returns to the facility's training program after meeting with his visitors. Oh, sorry, Sho, not she. Irritated by Doman's words, Sho pounces at every opportunity to defy the guards, gaining his roommates' respect along the way. Sho explains to the 3 boys that he was sent to Supermax under false charges. On hearing his roommates' individual pass, Sho labels them by their former jobs: informant, pyrotechnician, and pickpocket. Learns they are obeying the guards in hopes of leaving the Supermaxes again. Okay. God help me. God help anyone reading this. God help the person who made this. God help us all. The informant is able to find out Doman's background for Sho. It appears Doman is involved in the illegal dealing of Amazing Cigarettes, and that he recently seized control of the Destiny Nocturnes after defeating the Mysteria allied forces, a team formed by members of both the Destiny Nocturnes and the Red Wings. Despite the roommates' disapproval, Sho begins to plan his escape from Supermax. You got Tien, congrats, man. Yeah, we're skipping this shit. Holy moly. How are you, Joe? Holy moly. No, 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 no. The captain and the crew pay a visit to the Mysteria Academy of Magic for the first time in a while, and they hear about the recent trouble between the academy and students from other schools. Elmer reluctantly agrees to help as a teacher at the academy once more. Meanwhile, Tsubasa and company find out about Sho's sentence. Believing Sho to be innocent, they prepare for battle against the Wild Hooligans. I wish I could actually skip, like real skip. Hello, Coffee Loki. No, no, no. Sho observes everything that goes on at the Supermax and little by little stretches out a map of the facility. One day the warden comes to a room for a surprise inspection. Just as one of the guards is about to find Sho's map, the pirate net technician and pickpocket deliberately cause trouble in the room, diverting everyone's attention. The two are sent to the retribution cells. With his map still safe thanks to his roommate's kind act of bravery, Sho is filled with a never before felt sense of gratitude. Like, how can this possibly hold up to the peak, which is neverness to everness prison time? Sho continues gathering information to complete his map. Progress is slow. Hi, Zodrak. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Sho continues to gather information, devoting himself to completing the map that his two roommates have risked their lives to protect. But his progress on both the map and his escape plan is slow. He feels himself wavering. Finally, the informant heaves a sigh and snatches up the map from Sho's hands. He takes out a pen and begins to draw. He fills in places that a regular enrollee would have no way of knowing and adds details on the facility's management system. Why am I watching this? What am I doing? What am I doing? With help from all three of his roommates, I got baited in. Sho's plan for escape becomes more concrete. Yeah, I did Zodrak. I also played through the next one after it, and when I say playthrough, I mean skipped through because it was unbelievably dog awful. Actively working to prepare for it. It's during this process that Sho realizes that he's made friends for the first time in his life. If I had more time last night, I would have skipped this one off stream as well because I knew this was going to be fucking awful. But I did not. I had hoped that we had gotten to the end of the like really bad series. I was very wrong. Very, very wrong. The Yuri part got you off. Thanks for sharing. Next time, keep it to yourself, mate. The day to finally execute their plan arrives. That night, once the lights are out and everything is fallen silent, Sho and company get up from their beds quietly. It's okay, it's just a sleep. On the night of the planned escape, after the lights out, Sho and company leave their room behind by climbing above the ceiling boards. They knock out the guard on duty and make their way to the roof of the building. On their way, however, a tool slips from the informant's hand and drops to the floor with a clatter. Oh, how foolish, alerting the guards. With the help of the other Supermax detainees, the four boys manage to slip away, seen, and get outside. Reaching the roof, Sho and company climb over the electric barbed wire fence and find themselves successfully outside of the facility, with sirens blaring behind them. The boys race toward the port where Sho notices his gear cycle near the side door. Why would it not be near the side door, right next to it? Yeah. Sho tells the others to go on ahead and rushes to rescue his beloved vehicle. Please, someone save me. Sho defeats the guards and safely recovers his gear cycle. Despite the flat rear wheel, Sho hops on his ride and hurdles himself toward the port where his friends are. The guards continue firing their guns, hitting the informant with a tranquilizer. When his friends urge him to go on, Sho reluctantly continues for the port, finds himself face to face with a guard waiting for him on the cargo ship. Hey, no, not the Supermax guards. Please. Let's just make this as quick and painless as possible. Yeah, just ram them with your motorcycle. It seems quite illegal. And maybe you weren't a criminal before, but you are now. Yeah, get him, show. I think this is show, right? Yeah. Nice. Yeah. You could say that show's looking a little exhausted. Whoever put this story together is diabolical. Hi, Kreese. Joe's friends form a barrier to protect Sho from the guards, urging him to go on without them. Hello, Capisor! Capisor! How are you, sexy? Sexy schmexy. The informant pyrotechnician and pickpocket muster all their strength, stand in front of the guards, blocking their way and giving Sho time to escape. Not wanting his friend's efforts to go to waste, Sho gets on the cargo ship and sets sail, becoming the first person to ever escape the Supermax Juvenile Detention Island. Hello, Radias. Daily work complaining, hey, it's fine, man. You got a vent somewhere. Capstone Rio Shu next week. Dude, is it just my imagination? Like, I haven't played Limbus for that long, right? But it feels like they're pushing everything so fast. Because, like, I remember last year, there was just a huge amount of, like, dead space between each piece of content. Is it my imagination? Or, like, yeah, like, it feels like they're bringing out so much shit every single week. Like, almost every week there's something coming out. I'm not complaining. It's just weird. Just really, really odd. Like, compared to last year, where it was just, like, dead zone. Like, dead zone of content, an abyss. Yeah, like, maybe Radias. But they claimed August for the Kanto, right? Unless they're going to push it faster. Yeah, it genuinely feels like a completely different management team. In terms of their, like, release schedule and stuff. There was just nothing. We've had more in the last, like, 4 months than I swear I had all of last year. In terms of, like, new content. Just random things that they've pushed out. Because we had the, like, transmog system thing. What's it called? Like, Visage or something. Visage system, I haven't used it. We had all of the, like, the boss rush stuff, then we've had all of the intervalos and things. We've already had the reruns. Yeah, and it sounds like Railway's really soon as well. Get the Odyssey movie released. Yeah, maybe. Hi, Mr. Tori. Have you stuck around playing through the side stories? Not sure if you're already done with What Makes the Sky Blue. No, I'm not yet. So I am here in terms of leveling, in terms of, like, the leveling experience or the rank experience of side stories. What Makes the Sky Blue? It's just down here. So we're almost there. We're very, very close. We are over halfway through all of the side stories now. So we're getting there. We are getting there. Right now, I am on the peak, which is this absolutely god-awful gear cycle set. So we are skipping through these. I skipped the last one as well, and I'm skipping through this as well. This is a 0. This is like a 0 out of 10 for me. When Sho arrives back at Mysteria and sees the Destiny Nocturnes hang out in ruins, he feels an anger building inside him. But when he sees Tsubasa and the Red Wings patrolling the streets in earnest, he throws away his self-pity and strengthens his resolve once more. This is what NTE story. This without a doubt. Even the very weakest story I've seen in this game is better than NTE story. NTE story, at least the bit that I saw of it, and I heard it was worse. I heard it gets worse, right? But, like, even the bit that I saw of it was unbearable, and it was actually, like, made worse by the English voice acting. It sounded like it was fan dubbed. It was so bad. Like, maybe it would have been more bearable in Japanese? I don't know. And I don't blame the voice actors for that, by the way. I blame the translation team, the management team. But the early events are bad. Every node gets interrupted by birds. Like, so some of those old format stories I actually quite liked. They were obviously not well paced, and because they had the like combat fights at the end of each chapter, but I quite liked a few of those. And conversely, like some of the obviously newer ones I haven't liked. It just depends on like the quality of the story writing, and the quality of the story writing in this game seems to differ vastly. Some of the story writing is really good, and some of it is absolutely abysmal. It's like anime slop, you know? It's like the slop anime that you watch because you got nothing else to watch, and it's like a 3 out of 10 anime. 4 chapters in NTE. If I have to rate the story chapters, it was 4, 3, 1, 2. You only did 1, sure. 2 is a horrible low point, I see. I blame everything that got the idea of making such a story as introduction. If, like, 1 is one of the worst things I've ever seen in anime, so in anime, in any kind of media format. The opening of NTE made me cringe so much. I found it unbearable. Like, I just wanted to shut down the game. So if 2 is worse than that, that is unbelievable. I have heard that though. I genuinely wish they hadn't put story in that game. One with a higher note is the one that I played. No. Dark Chaos is saying that he thinks the later story is better. I mean, it couldn't really be much worse, I would say. Why am I watching this? Joe arrives back at the house late at night, begins to fix his gear cycle. Suddenly he hears the sound of shattering glass and runs to the scene, where he finds his father injured and lying on the floor. Joe realizes from the familiar scent that the attack is Doman's doing. Just then, an employee at the house happens to walk by. She mistakes Joe for the culprit and hurries off to report him. With no choice but to run before the bureau catches him again, Joe leaves the scene while praying for his father's safety. Cool, I hope you have fun with it, Dark Chaos. A bug that forces a game restart. That's not so good, is it? With his father's condition still on his mind, Sho feels an intense anger toward Doman rising inside him, like the waves during a storm. Riding at full speed, Sho shouts into the night sky as a tidal wave of emotions overwhelms him. Just as he reaches the brink of losing himself, Joe becomes back to his senses and forces himself to calm down. Reining in his fury. This is so bad. Joe decides to aim for the root of the problem in order to prove his innocence. Together with the handful of Destiny Nocturnes who had gathered at his call, Joe tails the amazing cigarette dealers, eventually reaching a warehouse where he finds evidence that he can use against the wild hooligans. However, they are soon found by the enemy and surrounded. Just a couple more chapters and we're done. It'll be okay. We can do this. The wild hooligans have Sho and company surrounded. Sho challenges Doman to a one-on-one, but Doman has other plans. Hasn't he now? I don't know. You guys tell me. Is it looking okay? It's about 15 times faster than my old connection, so it should be. It should be better. Fingers crossed. It's not like choking out with me trying to stream on YouTube, so I assume it's considerably better, like the upload as well. So I looked back at my VODs of NTE. I'm not actually sure it was my internet connection because like the game was rubber banding, but my camera wasn't. So I think it might have been like a hardware issue or something. which I mean is worrying, is concerning in its own way. Something to do with bad optimization? I don't know. But like I hadn't seen anyone else have it on stream, so I don't know. Hopefully we'll never have to find out. Camera's fine with game with choppy as fuck. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it might have been that I just needed to turn the hardware settings down further than the game even recommended. I kept it quite low. I guess I needed to turn it down further. NTE doesn't seem to have like particularly great hardware optimization. Yeah, I just assumed it was my internet because my internet's so bad, but I guess it wasn't. I should have fucked with some settings. The show and company do their best to fight against the wild hooligans. They are overwhelmingly outnumbered and defeated. Bowman sneers at Sho and tells him that he plans to take over Mysteria by crushing Tsubasa, the head of the Red Wings, as well. They were ambitious. Ambitious? I would not use that word for them. So, poor optimization is very common in gachas, particularly, but even just games, single player games nowadays. Wild hooligans have Sho and company surrounded. Sho challenges them. Oh yeah, I forgot where we were. Yeah. Meanwhile, an emergency meeting between the Skydom Bureau of Investigation and Mysteria's school board is taking place at another location. It's just nice to know that if I want to download something on stream, it isn't going to crash my connection. Hey penguins! That's very liberating. I've had times before where I couldn't play something that came out because they like didn't do pre-downloads, and so I've had to like download on stream. Enfield is impeccable in terms of optimization. Like, genuinely one of the best optimized games I have played in the last 5 years. Like, and I don't mean gacha games, I mean games. I don't say a lot of nice things about Enfield, but that, yeah, they did a really good job with it. Really good job with it. It's about 1 gig download and about 120 meg upload, but it's going to be worse right now because I'm streaming, so it's more like what, about 700, 800 download and 100 meg or a little bit less upload. No, not 10 gigs download. The connection I was on before was like 45 megs download. It could be faster here as well, but like my house is a bit of a circus, right? So, like, it's a little pokey thing in a really odd place, and so we just had to get the connection in where we could. So I've got a wire like running through the house. It's not exactly ideal, but it's still so much better than it was before, and probably more than my needs are, considerably more than my needs are. So yeah, pretty happy, quite liberating. Do not be on just the worst internet in the whole world. Support for the British VTuber who got arrested flipped completely when people found out it was a guy. I don't know anything about this. Sorry, Dark Chaos. What did they get arrested for? The Mysteria School Board is informed of Sho's escape from Supermax by the Skydom Bureau of Investigation. School board members suspect Sho to be the culprit behind his father's attack. Elmert says they should trust the student until the situation becomes clear. The crew decide to look for Sho and ask him for his side of the story when they hear a ruckus coming from the front gates. Drawing lolly comics. Yeah, you can't do that in this country. So I don't think it really matters what his gender is. That's not okay in this country. We have very strict laws on that shit. There isn't really any kind of differentiation between like actual underage models and illustrations. Well, I think it's just ignorance, Penguins. Like our regulation boards are just so stupid, man. Like they don't actually screen anything. So we get all of those, like we get all of those games. We get everything here, right? We don't have anything restricted like that. They don't seem to, like, they either don't care or like they just don't realize that these games are like in public circulation in the country. I just think that like our regulations, our government, everything is just so like antiquated, so behind the times. Like we don't actually address any current real issues. We're still stuck on things that are like decades in the past. Nobody can tell their ass from their elbow. Wild hooligans and Red Wings glare at each other in the Academy's courtyard. Doman gives the Red Wings a choice: join them or fight them. Knowing that defeating Doman in a fight here will not solve anything, Tsubasa suppresses his anger despite Doman's provocation. Soon the SBI, Elmer and company arrive at the courtyard and break up the unwanted gathering. Red Honkai Star Rail TFT game mode is actually decent, more fun than the actual game and better than Honkai Slop Anima. Yeah, I imagine it's probably fine. Like, a TFT can be fun, even if it's not against people. Like, TFT can be fun. Yeah, no worries, Penguins. Have a good day, man. I'm guessing if they got called up on that, this VTuber, then they got reported. The whole balance man on it. So, do you think they're doing that in prep for Honkai Nexus Anima? Episode. For sure, yeah. Yep. I wouldn't have a terrible time. So people were shitting on the idea of like playing TFT PvE. But like, is that really that bad? I don't know. Like, TFT's kind of fun, and if anything makes it not fun, it's probably playing against other players. I don't know if it's really that like anti-fun. Like, obviously Honkai Nexus Anima was very confused in what it was trying to do, and the game was not very good. But I just don't know if that's like bad. I would rather play that than any open world action RPG. Literally any open world action RPG that's come out. So yeah, I'm maybe not as against Honkai Nexus Anima as you might expect me to be, judging from my history with like OYO games and whatnot. I hope that they fix it up and they actually still release it, and you know they make a go of it, because maybe it'll be fun. Who knows? Dennis sets up a trap by attacking a member of the school board, leading the Red Wings to their location. Master and company are caught in the scene and taken away by the Bureau. There are no direct witnesses. Reports that the culprit was wearing a Mysteria school uniform. Oh no. Elmo reminds the investigators that since the students have been having their uniforms stolen by the wild hooligans, anyone could be wearing a Mysteria uniform. The situation, however, remains at a standstill. This whole fucking side story is at a standstill. It has been since the start. Trapped in the warehouse, Show and company desperately brainstorm ways to escape. Played Warcraft. Oh, you play Warcraft 3. Custom game modes that are similar to TFT. Yeah, that's where it came from. That's where auto chess came from. It came from Warcraft 3 that got put into Dota, right? I just think that that is a very low impact type of gameplay that is extremely accessible. So it's right up Hoyo Street. It's not daunting for players, so it's right up Hoyo Street. And it's still something that potentially could be fleshed out to very interesting levels. Because, you know, TFT combat is quite deep. There's a lot of stuff going on, and if you're making it like single player, then you can flesh that out even more, like a lot. You can actually have like progression systems and stuff. So I'm kind of interested in what they're cooking, like genuinely kind of interested in what they're cooking. Unfortunately, what they already served out as a sample dish was fucking appalling. So I'm glad that they are working on it in the Star Rail engine. Try to make it better, hopefully. Ah, I see, Dark Chaos, I see. Trapped and bound in the warehouse, Sho uses fire magic to burn off the ropes around his hands. Prompted by his fellow squad members, Sho leaves the warehouse alone and heads for the Mysteria Academy of Magic. When he reaches the school, he asks the captain and the others to take the bureau to the Wild Hooligans base. Meanwhile, Sho intends to return to the warehouse himself to settle the score with Doman. Tried CTN again yesterday. The sortie mode was fun. What's the sortie mode? I haven't played it a lot. Not sure if it's good or not. Yeah, what is the sortie mode? Another sand. Jesus, Cruz, you're swimming in sand. Unicorn Overlord is kind of like TFT. Yeah, kind of, sort of. Unicorn Overlord is a little bit like single player TFT. And I wish I could play Unicorn Overlord easily. At the warehouse, the Wild Hooligans are in high spirits at having successfully framed Tsubasa and the Red Wings. Doman tries to pry Sho's location from the captive Destiny Nocturnes with violence. Just then a battered Sho appears at the door and challenges Doman to a fight. Doman accepts the attacks and attacks Sho together with the members of a gang. This thoroughly deserves being at the bottom. I'm not sorry that I didn't read any of this. Unreal. Despite getting beaten over and over again, Sho continues to get back up on his feet. As the Wild Hooligans begin to quiver at Sho's unwavering determination, Tsubasa and the Red Wings show up in their formal wear, ready to back up their allies. Sho, Tsubasa, and Doman stand firm as they prepare for a final showdown. A final showdown. Yeah, let's have a look at this. See what this is all led up to. Like, I don't want to shit on Neverness to Everness too much, outside of its, like, unbelievably predatory gacha system, which I would happily shit on all day long. I don't think Neverness to Everness is a particularly bad game. I just don't think it's a particularly good game. I think there's a lot worse out there than Neverness to Everness. And I can definitely see why people would enjoy playing Neverness to Everness. Doesn't surprise me at all. Sho and Tsubasa lead the Mysteria with allied forces to a final showdown. So bad. Standing up against them are 1,000 Wild Hooligans, headed by Doman. The air is tense as the two groups of delinquents glare at each other, eyebrows knitted. Oh yeah, so hey, pretty good, thanks. How are you? NT is not very inviting to play the sheer number of mini-games, the many currencies. It's like Yakuza. Again, I don't know why everyone insists that it's GTA, I guess because it's a better buzzword, but it's much more like Yakuza. From playing it, it's so close. It's like Yakuza if you can get into cars. The whole game seems like it's modelled on Yakuza. Every main story that opens the game, that's the worst part. The story really drags it down into the mud. It's so bad. Trying to figure out what are the interactable items in the modern open world setting. Also, the game not telling you much. Yeah, like the physics. I don't think the combat's particularly good. I don't think the driving's particularly good, but both are serviceable. Like the management stuff is fine. I thought the apartments were actually really cool. I I thought they were well done. Really well done. I thought the music was pretty killer. Like, it was actually fun. It really fit the game. And the graphics were, I don't know if they were amazing, but they were decent. They were good, you know? And you know, I was on lower settings. I think the problem there is probably the optimization, right? Optimization's not really ideal. A night breeze blows into the warehouse, carrying with it a sweet smell from the contents of the wooden crates. Tsubas's frown deepens. And yeah, the gacha system, that's fucked up. I hope other games don't pick that up. I really don't like that. Left a super sour taste in my mouth. The rates are fine. Rates are perfectly fine in that game. Good, maybe even, you might say. Some people might say, I'm sure. But that isn't the point. Like, style of that system, where it was made into a game. That sort of shit is like pushed towards kids, extremely fragile people. It's so predatory. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Dark Chaos. You like gamifying gacha further. That's so unnecessary. Like, gacha is already a game in itself. You don't need to turn it into more of a game. That's just horrible. It really made me feel kind of ill. I just really didn't even want to interact with it. I don't know any other games. Anyone know any other games that have done that before? That have done a similar thing with their gacha, where they've turned their gacha gambling into like a game? There are tons. I don't think I've ever played one. Are they all like quite small games? Yeah, I've never. Like, there's some loose gamification on gacha games where you like do the thing to do the pulls, be it like cracking open a gift or whatever. GBF roulette. No, because they give those away for free, right? They give those away for free, right, Kalitsi? I can see where you're coming from, but what I mean is the actual gacha system itself. Like, when you go to pull, instead of a, you know, spend your 10 tickets and get 10 results, it tries to show a game, like, where you are not pulling on a gacha, you are playing a game. This is what happens in Neverness to Everness. You're playing a board game when you pull. You're not actually pulling, or like it's trying to fool you into thinking you're not pulling. It's like, oh, we're just playing a game here with your real life money. Yeah, again, I don't have any issues with the rates. I think the rates in that game are fine. It leaves a really bad taste in my mouth that they present it in that kind of way, because they know what they're doing. Like, they know what they're doing. They haven't just put that in there for fun. Yeah, they're obfuscating the fact that you are gacha pulling. It's grim. Do not care for that. I don't want to see, and I hate seeing that in like quite a headlining game, because I don't want that to encourage. I don't want that to become like some kind of new standard. It just makes me feel fucking sick. Costume gacha does it, really. This is Neverness to Everness, Akiben. I really don't care for that. That takes gacha to extremes that I am not comfortable with. I almost closed the game instantly when I saw that. When I was just like, when I was reading the details. It didn't even make, because of the obfuscation of it as well, it didn't even make immediate sense to me when I was like reading through the rates, because rather than talking about like pities and that kind of thing, like after X amount of pulls you will reach X character, like X amount of pulls you will reach Y result. It started like talking about moving to a different game board after X pulls, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And you know, if you read gacha rates and it doesn't immediately make very clear sense to you what's going on as someone who has played gachas for a very long time, I think that is hugely problematic, right? Because if that doesn't make immediate sense to me, it did make sense after a little while, but like, if it doesn't make immediate sense to me, then how is the average player of the game ever going to understand the rates if they look? Just really, really bad precedent. Interesting post debunking on that gacha system. I thought it was interesting. I can share it if you want. Sure. You got the current rate up character on the worst possible target. Yeah, it's just a gacha system. It's just a standard gacha system, but it's gamified. There's nothing else to it. There's no magic to it. The gacha Monopoly board will look confusing at first. It's actually well designed. Currently the best gacha system once you dip your feet into it. Oh dear God, no. Nope. So like, the gacha system isn't, like, it isn't bad in terms of rates, but like, that's not the point. They could have the best rates in the entire world and I would still feel exactly the same way. Don't gamify your fucking gacha. It makes you even more predatory, especially towards younger demographics. That's fucking disgusting. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Like, gacha is predatory enough. Please, come on, guys. How many people already told you about the new Limbus teaser? I have not seen it. What is the teaser for? Reminds how gacha will price their pools at odd amount, obfuscates the amount you're spending. I mean, that's the whole reason they have the premium currency median in the first place, so that you're not just pouring money directly into the gacha. You're buying the gems, which then helps to disconcert yourself with the whole process. Thanks to the middleman currency. Ryoshi bad end ID. Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't know there was a trailer for it. I'm not really that interested in looking at it. Genshin got a lawsuit and they were forced to show the actual rates instead of layering the premium currency. Yep, I remember that. That's kind of the standard now. There is every gacha has its rates like published now. Only the picture I see. Yeah, every gacha has its own rates now that seem to be published. Certainly in every game that I have played recently. But Neverness to Everness stands out as by far the most obfuscated system that I have played in recent years. In at least any kind of like headlining game. But then I've never played any other game. I've really played, you know, dozens of gachas. I haven't played any kind of game which has tried to obfuscate its rates and stuff like that. It's just fucked up. Hate it. Hope we don't see that more. Get me out. Get me out of the gacha space. Jesus, man. So bad. Everyone's fuming. Well, I'm sure they'll get over it. Oh my god, it's so cringe. No, okay, I'm done. I'm out. I tried. The feud between the Mysteria Allied Forces and the Wild Hooligans begins. Determined to find the necessary evidence needed to clear show of its charges, the captain and the others are tense as they watch from the sidelines. Despite their small number, the Mysteria Forces are strong-willed and eventually begin to overpower the Wild Hooligans. Reaching the peak of his rage, Doman rushes at Sho and Sebastian in an all-out attack. Yeah, it's just bad publicity. There's no there haven't been many lawsuits that have ever done anything in the gacha space. People talk all the time. I see this brought up all the time from people being like, oh, they, like, X company got sued or something like that, but it's to do with like false advertising laws, right? And it's actually what's the term that people always use? It's not scammed. Fraud. I don't know why it took me so long. Like, people are always talking about them, like, gacha companies getting sued for fraud because of unclear stuff. It's not fraud. Like, at worst, it's false advertising. At worst, it's false advertising. And even that, I don't think it's ever been proven in a court of law that any gacha company has actually done that. It's always just been publicity, or it's been handled out of court. To my knowledge. FGO Korea, huh? Yeah, Ryu, like, chances are Ryoshu is going to play into each of the Nurse Fathers, right? That would be my expectation. I imagine she'll have some kind of synergy with every single one of the Nurse Fathers, or she'll have a join synergy where she bounces just off of having the Nurse Fathers in the team. That's what I would guess. I think Wizardry should not add any more game modes and should focus on what it's good at, making abysses. Please make the abysses faster. No, so that's the point, right? Like, none of the Nurse Fathers in the lore, none of the Nurse Fathers have anything in common with one another except Ryoshu. So to me, it would make perfect sense for Ryoshu to be the connection between the Nurse Fathers so that you can use them together in a team. Yeah, that actually was fraud, but I don't know if that got proven or anything. I don't know, I'd have to look it up. Sho defeats Doman, finally ending the battle once and for all. Disguised in uniforms are hidden among the allied forces. Helmut and the investigators from the Bureau are able to obtain the evidence needed to clear Sho of his false charges. Still, because of the trouble and injuries he's caused by his escape from the Supermax, Sho is sent back to GV to do community service for a period of time, promising that he will return. Sho boards the Bureau's airship once more as the Mysteria allied forces send him off with a symphony of sounding horns. Jesus, man. That was so bad. I skipped it and it still was so bad. Holy. Hopefully this just plays itself and we can move on. Yeah, the summary left me feeling soulless. Oh yeah, Capital, that's right. Her season ID, her season ego, actually does all of those things, doesn't it? Which side story is this? Shit side story number 2. It's called Showtime. I think Showtime. I feel like. I think Gear Cycle tier actually probably belongs below Borrower tier. It's actually awful. I don't think it's as bad as Idol tier though. Maybe she'll have something where, like, depending on which nurse fathers you have with her, she gains effects. Yeah, this season hasn't had any power creep, don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it, it's fine. I know that the next side story is probably going to be terrible as well, because it's the follow-on from Song of Serpent Island, which was a shocking side story. It has that really annoying character, like possibly my least favourite character in the entire game. I can't remember his name. Elsa, or something like that. It's like a male bard. He's so bad. Elta, yeah, Elta, that's it. Yeah, he's more annoying to me than Barrower, and that's really saying something. The rest of the side story was actually kind of sort of okay, but it was dragged out so much. So maybe it'll be fine. We'll give it a try. We'll do our best. You like kind of like the follow-up story? I mean, I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. I always give them a shot. We probably played about like 80% of the side stories. I haven't actually skipped that many. We skipped, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We skipped 12 out of the about 50 side stories we've done. So, yeah, about like 25%, 20%. Not too bad. It is a lot of side stories. We have a lot more to go to. But we're getting there. Slow progress. Baby steps. I guess we'll find out for too long. I think it'll be interesting. There's a lot of things that they could do with that kit. We'll see if any of them actually happen. I started trying to sort my water team for Tales of the Sun. It's hard going. I'm so lucky with the water team that we got Aaliyah and Ange together, because otherwise I would just have no synergy. It would be awful. Really fortunate. Usual. Yeah, I'm not gonna have any. I'm not gonna have any M anything stuff. Just, I'm probably gonna be using actual Arcarum weapons in my grid, I think. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Hot trash water squad. Oh yeah, mine will be awful. You finished it? How was the ending? Peak. What, this? Are you talking about this, Sodrak? I didn't even watch it. I just watched the recap. I couldn't deal with it. When does the event time out? Oh, I should just look on the wiki, shouldn't I? Anyone know while I'm doing this? When does the island event time out? Is it today or is it tomorrow? One more element about NT that's predatory. There are feature content locked behind specific gacha characters. That kind of sucks, but it's not really that outlandish. Tomorrow in 22 hours. Thank you. Thank you. I'll make sure to use up all my tokens and stuff tonight. Again, Zodra, I'm not saying that the gacha is bad. The gacha actually isn't that bad. Like, as far as gachas go, the gacha system, in terms of like returns for what you're putting into it, fine, if not good, but it's not really about that. NT dialogue kills you. Yeah, it's something else. If you pull, you have to play a TFT game mode to see what you get. It would be an interesting concept to have a gacha where there was a skill-based element to pulling, where like you had to do something well with every pull, you know, and you would get rewarded based on your performance. I think that would be an interesting concept. I don't know whether that would actually be good, or whether it would be fun, or whether it would be healthy or whatever, but it would be an interesting concept. And I don't think it's basically like a pay to play thing, right? Rather than a gacha. But Bellicoat, pulls are already unequal for everyone because they're random, right? You could I don't see that that's necessarily any worse than what we have right now, which is like someone could pull 10 times and get 10 legendaries or SSRs, and someone could pull 100 times and get none. Like I don't know whether unequal is where you want to be there. It's just dictated by your skill at the game more. You could still pull more to counteract that. So it would mean that people who were actually good at the game could pull less, and people who were not so good at the game or more casual might have to pull more to get the same rewards on average. What kind of gacha lot content are we talking about, Ken? When they're random, it's fair. When it becomes a skill thing, it creates human-based difference. Yeah, I see where you're coming from, Bellicoat. I don't think it's necessarily worse. I think it's just different. I'm sure there's a very good reason for why they don't do that, and it will probably be because of that illusion of fairness, I imagine. Ah, no, wait, hold on. I think it's because it crosses into gambling. Yep, never mind. That's why they don't do that. That's why no gacha ever does that. It's because it crosses into gambling in most countries. The way that gachas get away with not being gambling is that you have no direct influence over the pools that you make. That is most of the reason why they get to be separate in most places from gambling. Yeah, indeed, it's the difference between a lottery and gambling, indeed. I should have thought about this before, but it's so in Modo, which is Magic the Gathering Online, not Magic Arena, Magic the Gathering Online, although I imagine Magic Arena might be similar. I just don't know the systems very well. They had to get signed off on the game because like you obviously buy currency to enter tournaments, and from those tournaments you get packs that have like a real world value, and so they have to jump through legal loopholes and things be able to do that. And that's essentially the same thing. It's like you're using your skill when you're playing Magic. You're essentially like gambling by getting the currency to enter the tournament, hoping to get, you know, good rewards by finishing high. For me, the story in NT is one of the worst stories I've ever seen in a gacha, so much that it actually hinders the game massively. I couldn't even really ignore it. So fucking bad. I would say the only gacha I have played that has a worse story than NT is probably Ethereal Restart. And a lot of that was because not only is the story awful, but the characters are too. There's just nothing to it. It made no sense. I couldn't even tell what was going on. It was just so fucking awful. I love that you say even wooer like you're holding it on some kind of pedestal. Hilarious. From what I've seen of the wooer story, it's not great, but like it's considerably more coherent than that. Yeah, NT is unreasonably bad. Enfield is like some fucking Shakespearean masterpiece compared to NT. I have heard from other people, other than you, Capisaur, that the Genshin story is actually pretty good in the current patch. Now, I always say that with a pinch of salt, because when gacha gamers say pretty good, I assume that they mean below average for a regular game. But hell, below average for a regular game compared to a regular game is like pretty darn good for a gacha, so. I'll tell that all day long. Yeah, that's the big one, isn't it? In gacha storytelling, that is the big one. A lot of games very quickly devolve into Girl of the Week or Girl of the Month, where like the story revolves around X girl, and it's just there to basically sell the fucking girl. Even stuff like Reverse 1999 is very guilty of that, right? Which I usually tout as some kind of bastion in the storm, but like Reverse 99 is extremely guilty of that. There are very few games that aren't. They handle it better than most gacha. What, Reverse 99 are you talking about, Acumen? I don't actually agree. I think they're very bad with it. And so much so that in a game that is a story-based game, it kind of ruins their storytelling in a lot of ways, because you get this very disjointed effect where you have to wait an extremely long time before anything actually happens in the story, and instead you just get like the backstory of random girl of the month, or random girls of the month, rather than a coherent story between recurring characters. Definitely one of the main reasons that I stopped playing the game, to be honest. That's how bad I think it is. The thing is, in Reverse 99, the main character is actually fucking interesting. The main character is actually a character. The whole main cast are actually characters with their own thoughts and feelings and stuff. So I want to see Vertin and Sonetto and Matilda like all the fucking time. I want to see their adventures around like doing things. I don't give a shit about fucking Beryl. Even if it's Matilda's mother, like it doesn't matter. I don't care about any of the other characters. I want to see the main cast interact with those characters and them be the afterthought and the main characters be the focus, like a good story should be. If they can't introduce a character like the mother of one of the main characters of the game without it being awful, then that, to me, is a testament to how bad the storytelling can get in a game like that. When it should be the pinnacle, it should be the peak, it should be what they are selling that game based on. Instead, it seems like they have devolved to selling their game based on the immense and ludicrous power creep on their characters. And as we've seen recently from the Chinese reaction to Reverse 99, I am not the only person who feels like that. Hey, Breadstick! What's up? Childhood manga Hayate no Gotoku. Every time the author hit a wall in writing, they introduce a new girl. I talk about this so much that people must get sick of hearing it, but it is much, 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 much harder from a literary point of view to focus on the same characters than it is to introduce new characters. This is why all of the slop JRPGs and stuff lean on just introducing a huge cast rather than focusing over like a long period, rather than focusing on the same characters, because it's incredibly difficult to pace out just a set of characters' development over a fairly long pattern of gameplay. So we see this kind of stuff in Trails of Cold Steel, where they just, rather than focusing on the like initial cast, they branch it out to like some 120 characters or something, and they don't have to give any screen time to like any of the characters. They don't have to worry about fucking up character progression, because there fucking isn't any. They just focus on the very key points, and everything else is just kind of extra. It's so hard to write the same characters over and over and over and over again without tripping over yourself, and also showing that they have a meaningful amount of progression without their dialogue getting old. You have to really know your characters, and you have to really, really, really know how to write stories to make it work. So yeah, if you see a writer or a game or whatever start introducing a bajillion characters, it's because their story writers suck. And that is the norm, I would say. Yeah, grim. Truly grim. Truly grim to Kalitsu. It's a miracle when you find games that aren't like that, and they're usually the peak. And it's why I like Limbus Company, right? Because Limbus Company has quite a wide cast, but it always comes back to this very strong focus on the sinners and their interactions and their development and their characterization. It's ultra hard to write stories like that. Which again is why I think Limbus Company's writing is like head and shoulder above anything else in the gacha genre by a really long way. Because other gacha games aren't going to do that because they need to sell their characters. Limbus kind of got around that early by making it so that the characters they release to make money are different versions of the same sinners. I see you. Hello. Ice. A scaredy cat. She's looking like she might come in. She didn't. Can I access any of the Water Sierra's grid at this point? Or is it all fire at 54? So I should probably do that before Tails in the sun. Tails of the sun. Wait, why am I doing this again? Level 2 for all elements. Hot damn. Yeah, we should probably do that at some point. Maybe tomorrow. That was god awful. I'm so glad we're finished with those. I really can't describe the joy in my heart that we're finished with those. Okay, another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. This is where we are, together in song. On fateful night, a deadly storm ravages Perfetto Island. The Island of the Arts. Elder and Saphira agreed to perform in a relief concert, hoping to ease the pain of the affected islanders the way they know best, through the power of music. Okay, be right back a second. I'll mentally prepare myself for that. Just go check them.
Hey guys, everyone.
Whamdus? Whamdus raids? What's the Whamdus weapon? I know I read One of the beast weapons is extremely good with Aaliyah. The one that's like your 4th slot character gets 30% extra charge gain and extra water damage. It has like a weird effect. Sky Philharmonic Orchestra musical ensemble. Oh god, I'm already questioning my choices here with the greatest legacy in all of the skies. As the audience applauds, the conductor, narrator, smiles quietly and takes a deep bow before exiting the stage. Bravo! Ugh, Elsa. Ugh. 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 You're okay, Sophia. You're alright, mate. Poor Sophia, getting dragged down. Following the performance, the orchestra members leave the stage one by one. Thunderous applause finally dies down and the audience exits the hall, chatting excitedly about the concert. That's a you problem, Lyria. We don't need a flashback. It all began with a concert tour. The captain and the crew accepted a request to provide security for a Sky Philharmonic Orchestra. During rehearsal, the music director, Nobio, challenged the musicians to allow their music to touch the audience's hearts in a more powerful way. The musicians decided to travel in order to rediscover what first led them to pursue music, as well as the emotions they felt at that time. Their hometown, a faded meeting place, a different destination popped into each member's mind. Eager to help make the performance a success, the captain and the crew agreed to assist them on their journeys. Really blessed, Zodriak. Zafira is a musician who plays an instrument she inherited from her great-grandmother, one of the legendary skyfaring minstrels. In order to protect her home island from the threat of the primal beast Midgard Sorma, she and Elsa sang a song composed to lull the beast to sleep. With the crew's help, she succeeded at causing Midgard Sorma to fall into a deep slumber. Zafira then boarded the G-Scythe, setting out from her home island the first time in order to hone her skills as a musician. Heading backstage into the staff-only area, the captain knocks on the door to the orchestra's dressing room.
団長さんに皆さん、お久しぶりです。
お久しぶりです。さっきの演奏、とっても感動しました。
そう言ってもらえてとても嬉しいです。少しここで待っていてください。のびおさんやパートリーダーの皆さんも呼んできます。
Oh no. Narrator returns with the section leaders in tow. Nove, the violinist and concertmaster of the orchestra. Augusta, the cellist. Robertina, the tuba player. You see, this is what I mean, guys. You don't need to introduce a million fucking new characters. We already got the ones that we were focused on before. Please. Pamela, the flutist, and Cecile, the trumpet player, whose names I will definitely remember.
今日は私たちの演奏を聞きに来てくださりありがとうございました。バリ久しぶりやね。 元気にしとったと。来てくれてほんまに嬉しいわ。おやつあげるからみんなで食べや。
Oh, Robertina, you're so
団長さんた
quirky.
ちが見えたんですよ。ご満足いただけたようで。
私もバッチリ見てた。気持ちが引き締まって
はいニッキー
いい演奏ができたわ。
I don't think I saw a character that looked like Eineke. The musicians greet the crew
団
happily.
長さんたち、オーケストラの皆さんからもすごく頼りにされているんで
Voice.
すね。
Oh, I have no idea.
私、緊張してうまく感想を伝えられるか自信がないわ。
おお、君たちか。わざわざ楽屋まで顔を見せに来てくれたんだね。
ノビオさん、こんにちは。
ん
Noticing a small shadow just visible around the corner, Narita walks over to
みお
investigate.
ちゃんも来てくれてたんだ。人が多いところは苦手だろうに嬉しいよ。
気が向いたの。この楽団の演奏、ちょっと
Who are all you people?
あれ、もしかして君は10
Oh, shit!
ニオンさんじゃないのか
It's
な。
Neon. I've never seen Neon. What's an Eternal doing here?
その、はじめまし
I
て。
didn't even know Neon looked like this.
10
Oh, of course she's the harp player, isn't she? So it makes sense for her to be in like a music.
生ける伝説と言われているあの10点集ですか。
10点集
10点集はとても強い力を持った10人で構成される気空団で、七王の騎士にも並ぶ実力者だそうです。
This is so annoying.
もっと怖そうな人たちだと思ってましたけど。
話には聞いてるよ。成田くんが若い頃、家が近かったんだってね。
そうだったのか。うん。
What do we have after this?
家で演
What's
奏
up
して
next
いた
after
ら
this? Make up and go doesn't sound great. Poacher's Day doesn't sound great. Then we have the Nights
そういえば
Nights
成田さん
chapters,
が楽器を演奏
which
してい
should be
る
kind of
ところって
interesting.
見たことないで
It's
す。
like all the Percival and Siegfried stuff.
成田くんの演奏の腕は確かだよ。指揮のセンスもそこで磨かれた部分が
Oh
多いだろ
yeah,
うね。
so that's right. Big time.
成田さんの演奏今度聞かせてほしか。
いやー、そんな期待するほどのものではないですよ。
Cecile glances at the clock on the wall.
ねえ、私たちこんなにゆっくりしていていいの？
そういえば今夜の出発って早いんやっけ。急いで準備せなあ
That's
か
what
ん
you
かも
want,
しれ
sorry,
んな
guy. Want the red luminary night. The what? Scarlet night? What?
この後何かあるんですか。
私たちはペルフェットという島で開かれる慰問コンサートに出る予定なんです。
Yeah, he does look cool.
慰問コンサート。
災害があったそうです。嵐のせいで大規模な土砂崩れが起きたって聞いています。
そんな大変なことが。皆さんの演奏で。
ところで君と赤い髪
It's
の
all of
彼
what?
女も何か楽器
Oh,
を
the
やって
Nights.
いる
Yeah,
の
I
か
already
な
know the Nights.
はい、そうですけど。
だったら君たちも力を貸してくれないかな。
実は話が急だったので演奏家が不足しているんです。
僕でよければぜひ。
私も役に立てるなら。
Worst night is Gold Night. Easy Gold Night. So easy.
ペルフェット。確か例の旋律が
Best
響い
night.
てきた方が。
Obviously Black Knight. While Elta and the others are being filled in on the details of the relief concert, Neon stares off in thought, a serious look in her eyes. Meadow Island, the island of the arts. The town still reeling from the effects of the landslide. The islanders grimly survey the damage.
この家はもうダメね。
お母さん。
お母さんを助けられなかったのはお父さんのせいだ。
An eccentric young man reaches down to pick up the fragment of a broken statue, expression downcast.
美しい街だったのに。
そこの旅人さん。
We really need more new characters,
ちょっ
please.
と手を貸してもらってもいいか。
うん、若くいてもしょうがない。
Who the hell are you?
今やるべきことをやらなきゃ。
The young man helps the instrument crafter move the debris. He does so eagerly, desperately, as though propelled by something deep within him. Perfetto Island, the island of the arts. Here the residents engage in their crafts daily, out of respect for the island's guardian deity Arte? One fateful night, a deadly storm ravages the isle, leaving its once beautiful town virtually unrecognizable. Elsa and Sophia agreed to perform in a relief concert being held to support the restoration efforts for these people who harbor such pain within their hearts. Tarot is okay. Interesting that Neon's in this. Might be cool to learn bits and pieces about her character. I don't really know anything about any of the Eternals. Just Seiphon, a little bit about Tien. Too exciting there. Choose a member of the Sky Philharmonic Orchestra to join your party. Huh. You have to choose one of them. All 5 already joined your party. You can earn 3,000 crystals. Holy. I mean, I don't have. Two maestros of the skies, Nobio and Narita, will support your party as a summon. The crew pays a visit to Perfetto Island, the island of the arts, where Elsa and Saphira agreed to perform a relief concert. Kate summons yet. Yeah. Looks like a banging grid. What's the axe in the middle? Middle left. What's middle left axe? What's bottom right axe? The following day, the captain crew arrives on Perfetto Island. The relief concert is to be held.
島の半分が黒い土砂に埋まっちゃったって聞きました。ひどい状態ですね。ああ、けど港は無事だったからどうにか島には入れたな。
道も土砂で荒れてしまって町までは歩いていくしかないみたいですね。
もしかしたらこれから崩れるところもあるかもしれないわ。
Ah, that's Leviathan
気をつけて
axe.
進みましょう。
Bottom right, Jay. Bottom right. Although restoration efforts are proceeding steadily, the after effects of the disaster can still be clearly seen throughout the island. As the concert approaches, the eyes of the islanders reflect the countless hardships they've faced. Ah, it's a Dark Opus, okay. I don't recognise what any of the Dark Opuses look like. Captain bids farewell to Elsa and Sulphira and heads off to watch the concert from a seat at the back of the audience. Thanks, Kalitsu. Very kind of you to follow. I appreciate that a lot. A large crowd waits in front of an outdoor stage in the town square, eager for the show to begin. After the orchestra has finished tuning, Narita appears on stage to tumultuous applause. When he reaches the center of the stage, he takes a graceful bow and raises his baton, turning his attention to the orchestra. The musicians focus on Narita, waiting for the moment he waves his baton. A light spiccato, done in unison, stirs up excitement, as though setting the stage for a story. A clear, peaceful melody speaks directly into the audience, luring them into the world of music. A pounding bass line carves out a rhythm like a heartbeat, bringing everything together with a vigor reminiscent of the power of life itself. Carefree high notes leap and dance, highlighting the music with joyful accompaniment. A cello's tenor staccatos give rise to a thrilling sense of speed, drawing the audience in. Orchestras are really cool. Captain and the crew smile upon seeing the sparkling eyes of the islanders. As the performance continues, the story interwoven by the music moves toward its climax. Cymbals and timpani ring out, thrilling tremolo, signaling the arrival of the grand finale. Narita's movements reach a crescendo. His intensity permeates throughout the entire hall, refusing to give the audience members a chance to catch their breath. Used to be touring of GBF orchestral soundtrack. Man, that must have been cool. Ah, to get the orchestral characters. I see. As soon as the music fades, the concert hall breaks into roaring applause. Bravo! Narita puffs out his chest proudly as he hears the cheers filling the hall. He turns to wave off stage, and Nobuo calmly walks out to join him. See Fox is playing some Granby Fantasy. Nobuo smiles kindly as he looks out across the faces of the islanders. Warm applause fills the hall in response to Nobuo's message. Nobuo raises his hand in thanks and exits the stage. The other musicians follow after him, instruments in hand. The excitement in the air is almost palpable as the islanders wait for the next performance to begin. Oh, that was stage. The excitement continues to run high as a tiny silhouette appears on stage and strikes a pose. No, thank you. 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 No, thanks. No. No, 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 no. No, no, thank you. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Thank you. It's gonna forget that part happened. While the others are enjoying the concert in the town square, a young man digs out a painting from beneath the rubble. There's a reason idle tier is the bottom tier. Right, there's a reason. There's a reason why idle tier has its own tier. Please. No more. Please.
ところで、こいつの近くに妻が描いた絵があったはずだが。
街の絵だよね。探してみる。あ、ごめん。
あるにはあったんだけど。
あんたが謝ることじゃねえだろ。まあいいから渡せ。
うん。広場で何かやってるの？
リルルの歌を聴いてくれてどうもありがとう。
Following the relief concert, the captain and the crew decide to stay on the island and help with the restoration. Following the successful relief concert, Sky Philharmonic Orchestra and other musicians depart from the island. Thank God! But upon seeing the grave state of the island, the captain and the crew decide to stay and help with the restoration efforts.
じゃあこの瓦礫はどうすりゃいいんだ？
ああ、そいつはこっちの山に積んでおいてくれ。
はーい。よいしょ。
Hey, Io?
長
Why
旅
do
で
they hate
疲れて
Io?
るだろうに手伝ってもらっちまってすまねえな。
いいってことよ。なんて言ったってオイラたちは貴公子なんだか
Yeah,
らね。
Japan really does like their idol plots.
それにしても割れた石像が妙に多いのね。
Idol culture is just not something that I can really get behind, and especially when it's like a Harvan girl, because like she looks like she's about 10.
ああ、君たちにお願い
Can't be
した
done
場
with
所
it.
はもともと島民が集う公園で石像もたくさん置かれていたんだ。
そうだったんですか。きっと素晴らしい景色だったんだろうな。
この町は昔から芸術を司る聖少獣アルテの加護を受けたとても美しい場所だったんだよ。
島に聖少獣がいるんですか？
どうやらそうらしい。古くから町が美しく保たれているのもアルテ様のおかげだって話だ。
だから島の人たちはみんな日常的に芸術を
Apparently we still haven't been introduced to your name.
アルテ様への敬意を込めてね。
You want to explain who the hell you are? Young man suddenly appears behind the captain and the others, holding an oversized paintbrush in a hand like a broom.
すっかり得意げだな。
君がいろいろと教えてくれたからね。そうそう、僕おじさんを呼んでくるように頼まれたんだ。物資が届いたみたいだよ。
おお、そりゃありがたい。菊池さんたちすぐに戻るから作業を続けててくれ。
The man hurries off toward the entrance of the town, a spring in his step.
僕も君たちの作業を。
いいんですか？
ちょうどエルタとセレフィラにお礼が言いたいと思ってたんだ。
僕たちにですか？
うん。ってまだ自己紹介してなかったね。僕は流浪の旅人で少し前に島に来たばかりなんだ。気軽にカロって呼んで。
Hi, Caro. Caro tells Elta and Sulphura how moved he was by their song at the relief concert and expresses his gratitude.
音楽には人を勇気づける力がある。知ってはいたけど、自分が勇気づけられる側になって改めて気づかされたよ。
僕の歌でカロさんを勇気づけられたならすごく嬉しいです。
筆のお兄ちゃんもなんか嫌なことがあったのか？
もしかして旅人なのに勇気づけられたって変なのかな？
変じゃないと思いますよ。誰だって嫌なことがあって
I'm feeling depressed right now, Lyria.
あります。
そうだよね、ルリア。うん、その嫌なことがあって落ち込んでたところだったんだ。
なんかすげえ無理してる感じするのオイラだけか？
Be a primal beast.
そんなことは。
He has that like enigmatic vibe to him, doesn't he? Harry pulls a painting out of his bag and hands it to Elton and Sulphura. I'd be shocked if he wasn't, Cedric.
人懐っこい目をして可愛いわね。
綺麗、可愛い。君たちの目にはそう映るんだね。
これはカロが描いたの？画家さん。
画家と言えるほど立派じゃないけど、心を込めて描いたんだ。 よかったら部屋にでも飾って。
Kado removes the last piece of rubble from the cart and claps his hands together to brush the dust off.
僕、そろそろ行くね。他にも絵を渡したい人がいるんだ。
お手伝いありがとうございました。
うん、それじゃあまた。
なんていうか変わったやつだったな。
でもなんだかいい人でしたね。初対面なのに全然緊張しなかったですし。
珍しいわね。エルタって結構人見知りすると思ってた。
カロさんは不思議と平気でした。こんな素敵な絵を描ける人だからかな。
あれ、その
絵 Lyra appears at the painting in Elta's hands, seeming to have noticed something.
ほんの少しだけですけど何か力を感じます。力ってどんなんだ？怖い感じじゃないですよ。あったかくて優しい感じです。まあ悪い力じゃねえなら持ってても大丈夫そうだな。
The captain and the crew chat happily as they gaze at the beautifully coloured painting. Yeah, odd that she would sense something from the random person. After reaching a stopping point in their work, the captain and the crew pay a visit to the evacuation shelter to help bring in supplies. Oh, you've got less chance of being able to carry it than she does.
ありがとう。手伝ってくれて本当に助かるよ。
役に立ててるならよかったです。僕にできることなら何でもやらせてください。
Probably the most annoying voice that I've ever heard in my life. Ulta and the others smile back at the grateful Islanders.
いい人たちだな。僕ももっと頑張らないと。
これはこっちがいいかな。
Boy Scott's on the ground next to Elta, lining up a colourful assortment of glass fragments.
綺麗ね。モザイクアート？
割れたガラス瓶のかけらを並べたら絵になるかなって。モザイクっていうの？
ええ、壁画なんかで使われる技法よ。
アトリエはなくなっちゃったし、油絵の練習は当分無理だと思うから。
でも床に並べただけじゃ片付けるときに崩れちゃうね。そうだ、うちの粘土を少し分けてあげるから、その上で作ってみたらどう？うちの工房は無事だったから、落ち着いたら焼いてあげる。きっと素敵なお皿になるよ。
いいの？ありがとう。
Boy thanks the potter, his eyes dancing with
大
excitement.
人から子供まで、この島の人たちは芸術をめでる心を大事にして、一人一人がそういう気持ちでいたからこそ。
私、この島の人たちがますます好きになりました。
Elsa and Lyria are touched by the by the genial spirit, not denial, the genial spirit, the Islanders.
エルダさん、
The denial
絵が
spirit.
飾ってありますよ。
Lyria points to a portrait of flowers hanging on the
こ
wall.
の感じ、もしかしてこれもカロさんが描いたんでしょう？よくわかったね。今朝私に
This one's
プレゼントして
walking a
くれ
line,
たのよ。
guys. This one's walking a line. I'm like,
僕た
I'm
ちも
on
さっ
edge.
き
I'm
カロさんから鳥の絵をもらったんです。
tempted to just skip it because I know it's not going to be particularly good.
どれもこ
But
の
it's
島に来たから
bearable.
描いたと言っていたけど、カロって絵を描くのがとても早いのね。尊敬しちゃうな。
If we see any more idle antics, that might be it.
歌も楽器の演奏も上手だし、いつも背負ってる楽器も自分で作ったって言ってたし、歌を作ることもあるんだって。
すごいですね。
I do. I do.
絵だけじゃなくて音楽も得意だなんて。
あら、あなたの歌も素晴らしかったよ。正直ね、いろいろなことが
I hate everything, Ken.
音楽や絵を楽しむ余裕なんてないって思ってたんだけど、落ち込んでい
Made
た
it to past Godfrey last night with Healer, and my god, he couldn't do anything. The most free boss fight you've had. Yeah, Healer's really good. Healer's great for
素敵な
progression.
人ですね。また会えたらゆっくりお話を聞いてみたいな。
Crew and Islanders get to know each other better. They continue their work. Breadstick's just jealous. Don't worry about it. Don't mind him, says Sada. Once they've finished organising the supplies, the captain and the crew head over to help at the soup kitchen.
はい、こぼさないように気をつけてね。ありがとう。おい、セレフラ、新しい食器持ってきたぜ。
助かるわ。そこの食器に重ねてくれる？
あら、もしかしてあなたコンサートに出てたセレフィラさんよね。
ええ、覚えていてくれて嬉しいわ。
そりゃ覚えるよ。あなたたちの歌を聴いた時、鳥肌が止まらなかったもの。残って手伝ってくれてありがとう。だけど大切な指を痛めないように気をつけてね。
ありがとう。気をつけるわ。
もしかしてあなたも
何か楽器をやっているの？
そうなのよ。私もあなたと同じで。
おい、世間話ならあっちでやってくれねえか。
Damn.
列が詰まって
Generic
るぞ。
NPC cut off.
そうね。
待たせてしまってごめんなさい。どうぞ。
The line moves forward and an irritated man stands before Sulphira. Man lowers his gaze to the contents of the bowl, but doesn't budge.
足りなかったかしら。
温かいもんを食うのは久しぶりだと思ってな。
ええ。
Yeah, that's why I'm like, Sulphira, I'm like, okay?
ありがたいぜ。役にも立たん演奏会なんかよりよっぽどな。
Hell yeah. Hell yeah! The man spits out the words, strides away. That's like the best character so far in this.
大丈夫？セレフィラさん。
大丈夫。少し驚いただけ。
Strangely enough, people need to feed themselves more than they need to listen to fucking music.
し
Weird.
ちゃダメよ。あなたたちの演奏は本当に素晴らしかったんだから。
Don't listen to him, he's just starving. Don't worry about the peasants, the poor
あ
people.
の人はただ気が立ってただけだと思う。
Just in a bad mood, probably because he hasn't
言い方し
eaten.
なくてもいいのにね。
There's no reason to read it that. Well,
また話し込んじゃった。
well.
この後もよろしくね。
Got the point across, didn't
コン
it?
サートをやってほしくなかった人もいたということかしら。
Crazy.
人によって考えは違うし、何か事情だってあるのだろうし。でも役にも立たない演奏会。
No, he didn't, but it definitely made more impact because he did, didn't it?
料理いただけるかしら。
ごめんなさい。はい、どうぞ。
Forcing a smile, Sulphira hands a bowl to the next person in line. No matter how brightly she smiles, the man's words echo in her mind, refusing to let her forget them. Again, which is why it was important that he said what he said. Sometimes what seems like harsh might be necessary to get the point across. After a day of hard work, the captain and the crew head to an inn, escape damage in the landslide.
本当にいいんですか？宿屋があるなら避難所の皆さんが使った方が。
いいのよ。あんなに手伝ってもらってるのに、お礼の一つもできてないんだもの。私たちみんなからの気持ちよ。だから遠慮なく使って。
ここまで言われちゃ断る方が失礼かもな。
そうですね。ありがたく使わせてもらいましょう。
The woman escorts the crew to their room.
それじゃあ私はこれで。向こうの工房が私の家だから、何かあったら訪ねて。
While everyone else is preparing for bed, Elsa takes out his instrument and begins to warm up.
なんか弾くのか？
少しだけ練習したくて。皆さんが寝る頃にはやめますから。
でももう遅い時間だし、音が漏れたら迷惑じゃないかしら。
宿の人に聞いたんですけど、ここは町の外れなので音を出しても大丈夫だそうです。
You got this, breadstick.
泊まってるのも私たちだけですし、気にせず練習してください。
ええ、そういうことなら私も練習させてもら。
Bowing, musical scales, arpeggios, arpeggios. They repeat these seemingly tedious tasks with scrupulous care, correcting every minute imperfection until they're completely
こうやっ
satisfied.
て毎日練習するからあんなに綺麗に演奏できるんですね。ああ、二人ともすげえ努力家だぜ。
Oh dear, breadstick. Captain and the crew watch the pair rehearse for a while as they get ready to turn in for the night. That night, Elsa had a dream about when he was a child.
ねえ、あそこ見て。まあ、丘一面に花が咲いて綺麗ね。たくさん摘んでパパへのお土産にしよっか。
How was it? Can you be more specific as such? Stories? Which ones? Which one? A mother playing with her child, a commonplace sight on any island. For Elsa, who never had her parents growing up, it was far from commonplace.
何やってるの？お花の冠を作っているの。
Overall, since yesterday, the Magic Academy one was okay. The bike ones, holy mother of God, were they ever bad? Jesus. Holy moly. This one is bad, but not really skippable. It's alright. Bearable, other than the idle bits. But definitely skippable. He had people to teach him about how to play. People to pat his head at bedtime and tell him that he loved him. Kind grown-ups who were always by his side. They weren't his parents. Even though they did just as much for him as a parent would, perhaps even more, they were still not his parents. That's why I stopped playing another Eden, Dodrak. That's exactly the reason that I stopped playing another Eden, because it had so much like bad side story in it, and there is no skip button in that game. Like, you get locked into a side story, you're watching the fucking side story. You got no choice. Probably the worst thing about another Eden. Why didn't he have parents? Question arose within him like a sudden evening shower, clouding his heart. What even is another Eden like? It's kind of like Chrono Trigger. It's very much inspired by Chrono Trigger. It's like a storybook JRPG kind of experience. What you would expect from a sort of quite standard JRPG with time travel-y elements to it. It's fun enough. There's a lot of... It's quite old, so it's like 8 years old. There's a lot of content and things that are piled up in it, and there's a lot of systems and moving parts. Honestly, quite similar to Grand Blue Fantasy in that respect. The combat is quite interesting in that game. I didn't think it was going to be fun, but it ended up being quite fun. It's like got a sort of real-time element to it. Kind of almost like a rhythm game. I found it quite fun. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. But ultimately, like, nothing in the game is voiced. And there's a lot of extremely bland side story. Like, so bland. And yeah, there's no skip button. And I just felt overwhelmed by it, because I wanted to see the stuff like I do in every game, like I do in this game. I want to actually see the content that's in the game. But trying to, like, entering a side story and not knowing whether I'm going to want to watch it or not, and then being like, nope, don't want to watch this, and just being locked into it because there's no skip button, that's a pretty bad feeling. That is about as bad as it gets, really. Like, in this game, if I come up against a side story that I really don't hate, that I really don't like at all, I can just skip through it. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Oda would call out to his parents from within his heart, even though he couldn't remember their faces. Whenever he did so, a certain song would pop into his head, and he would sing along with the melody. What's the term that everyone likes in the gacha space? It doesn't respect your time. The lullaby his parents left behind was the one and only remaining bond he shared with them. He soon discovered that the song had the ability to create new bonds as well.
一度歌ってくれないかしら。
People would gather when he sang. At times they laughed, at other times they cried. I would be crying constantly having to listen to that. It left a strong impression on Elsa, whose interest in music continued to deepen. He decided he wanted to encourage people using the mysterious power of music.
あれ、歌が聞こえる。
Elder wakes up in the middle of the night and hears the faint sound of singing in the distance. As though drawn to the mysterious voice, he quietly climbs out of bed and heads down into the inn. It's gonna be the primal beast dude, isn't it? I've already forgotten his name.
響いてきてる。誰か住んでるのかな。
Oh no, monsters! Ah!
すみません。起こしちゃいましたか。
あ、いえ、私も
Monsters! Oh no, monsters!
青少獣ですか。島の人たちが言ってたアルテ様でしょうか。
わかりません。でもこんなにはっきり感じたのは初めてなんです。もしかしたらこの歌と関係があるのかもしれませんね。私起こしてきます。
何があったの？悲鳴が聞こえたけれど。
すみません、僕です。おさ。If I could have but one wish, that's what it would be. That's what it would be.
この声、誰が歌っているのかしら。
どんな人が歌ってるのか。
Wonder who it could be.
だったら探しに行く？私も一緒に行っていいかしら。
もちろんです。
It could be anyone. Lyria emerges from the inn with a sleepy captain and Vern. They make their way into the forest with Elsa and Sulphira. What could they be like? As the presence of the primal beast grows stronger, the captain and company suddenly hear a mysterious singing voice. They travel into the moonlit forest in search of the voice's owner.
Traveling on endless road.
The captain and the crew head into the forest, led by the mysterious voice. Yeah, truly a mystery of all time.
なあルリア、青少獣の気配がするのってやっぱりあの歌が聞こえる方なのか？そうですね。今のところ同じ方向です。
青少獣ということだけど、ミドガルズオルムみたいに荒っぽいわけではないのよね。
大丈夫です。この歌みたいに優しくて
Warm and kind
温かい
like
感じの気配
myself.
ですよ。
You're just feeling that from me, Lyra.
青少獣にもいろいろいるからな。ルリアがこう言ってるなら安心して大丈夫だぜ。
I'm a beast. I'm a bit of a beast myself.
So never looking back, for there is nothing there to see.
洞窟の奥から聞こえてきますね。
青少獣の気配も同じです。青少獣が歌ってるんでしょうか？
明るい歌声。なんだかおじいちゃんが鼻歌を歌っている時を思い出すわ。
おじいちゃんってキハールさんのことですよね。
ええ、機嫌がいい時たまに鼻歌が出るの。軽快にステップを踏むこともあるわ。
軽快？この歌がですか？
え？だって楽しそうな歌じゃない。
僕は子守歌みたいにゆっ ったりとした静かな歌だな。
ルリアもそう思う。
Trust you to be different, Elsa.
軽快な歌でも子守歌でもなくて、大空みたいに自由な感じかなって。オイラはザンクティンゼルの連中が歌ってた歌を思い出すな。お前はどうだ？
It sounds elegant.
とっても優雅な感じですね。静かな夜にぴった
You
りです。
agree with me, Elder. I don't want to hear it from you.
全然違う感じだな。同じ歌を聴いてるはずなのに。もしかした
How
ら
dare you agree with me?
青少獣の力なのかもしれません。
The mysterious singing voice fills the crew with anticipation and uncertainty. They continue making their way through the cave until they finally come across an unexpected figure. An unexpected figure! Oh my god! I can't believe who this voice belongs to! This is crazy! You won't believe it! What?!
Stopping here and there.
I am blown away. I never would have guessed in a million years it would be this guy whose name I've forgotten. Yeah, Caro. Led by a singing voice, the captain and the crew have made their way through the forest, eventually coming across a cave. Inside, they find the wandering traveller, Caro. What's the Shadowverse collab? No, I don't think so. Shadowverse collab was the worst thing I've seen in the game, but Shadowverse collab was only 2 chapters long, whereas every other side story in this game is 6 chapters long. So like Shadowverse collab actually gets a big pass. It's nowhere near as bad as some of the other stuff in the game because it just isn't anywhere near as long. Seemingly oblivious to his surprise visitors, Caro focuses intently on his canvas. He carefully adds detail to the fur coat of a charming car. Charming cat, sorry, as though breathing life into it. I wish there were more stories in this game which weren't as long. I think that is something that impacts a lot of stories in this game. Probably about 70-80% of the stories in this game. I think they just all drag on a little bit too long. Some of them, it feels good for the whole story, but not that many. There are a lot that have like real filler in them. You stretch it out to the 6-chapter format. He waves his paintbrush, and the tip of the brush suddenly changes colour from yellow to red.
Yosh, できた。君の目にはそういう風に映るんだね。うわあ！
わあ！
筆の兄ちゃん、大丈夫か？大変です。絵が倒れて泥がついちゃいました。
まあいいよ。絵はすぐに描き直せるから。それより、いつからいたの？今の見ちゃったよね。見てません。筆の絵の具の色が変わる瞬間なんて全然全く。
おい、それじゃバレバレだろ。
そっか、見てないならよかった。
SMH indeed.
カロさん、どうして隠すんですか？
隠すって何を？
本当は青少獣なんですよね。歌ってる時に気配を感じました。でも今は気配が消えてます。まるで絶対に気づかれたくないって言ってるみたいに。
君は一体？
Lyria tells Caro about her ability and about the events up until they reach the cave.
青少獣の気配がわかるなんて不思議なこともあるもんだな。 その様子だと君たちは青少獣の僕が怖くないみ
We
たい
met
だ
a
ね
lot of primal beasts
な
at
ら
this
安心
point.
したよ
隠してたのは怖がられたくなかったから
It's almost like primal beasts are like people or something. They're all different.
この町でも青少獣は大きくて強い存在として受け止められてる。尊敬してもらえるのは嬉しいけど、壁を作られたくはなかったんだ。だから人間のふりをしてた。
でも筆の兄ちゃんはエルタみたいにおっちょこちょいなところがあるし、仲良くなれそうだな。
僕っておっちょこちょいですか？
Why'd you do this to me?
おっちょこちょい同士仲良くしよう。
はい。
Elsa, why don't you just shut up? Gary thrusts out his hand, and Elsa shakes it.
じゃあ改めて。
Kind of famous at dealing with primal beasts. Like, we have a lot of encounters with primal beasts that are very chilled, to be fair. Like, we deal with like rampaging primal beasts, right? But we're very chill with like regular primal beasts who aren't out to like hurt people. Hell, like, we're really accepting of like murderers and shit. We have all sorts of weird people on our crew, including primal beasts who've done some absolutely abhorrent things. If anything, we're probably known for being morons. Easily manipulatable.
人間の持つ芸術をめでる心を守ることが役目だ。
Yeah, focus.
あ、呼ぶときはカロでお願い。アルテだと島のみんなが聞いたら
I quite liked I wasn't expecting to, but I quite enjoyed Katzelia's and I guess what she called her Hasella, is it? They're kind of tied together. Their backstories. Pretty cool. Hassa something. Hasselia, is it?
まあね。ここは僕のアトリエなんだ。
Hasella,
よかったら僕の
Hasella,
作
thank
品
you.
を見ていって。
ありがとうございます。
Now he's it's all right.
それにしても今日はお客さんが多い日だな。
It's just not true though, is it? But like, oh,
他にも誰か来たのか？
あれ、さっきまでそこにいたのにどこ行っちゃったんだろう。
私ならここだけど。
Neil.
ニオさん？
Kill the Guardian Dragon, give her a lollipop. Yeah. Like, it was an okay story. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. It was very clearly an old story, and its storytelling wasn't particularly good, but it was alright. It was like serviceable. 5 out of 10 story. Like a 4.5 out of 10 story. As the presence of the primal beast grows stronger, the captain and company suddenly hear a mysterious singing voice. They travel into the moonlit forest in search of the voices only.
へえ、ニオと君たちは知り合いだったんだ。
No, I don't have Hass, but she gets brought up a lot in Katzelia's side story, as such. Not side story. Wait. She gets talked about a lot because they're like the Emperor and Empress upright. Neil nods.
ニオさんはどうしてここが分かったんですか？
No, I ground out cats. I'm probably gonna get Hassa from Andu.
不思議な旋律をたどっていたらここに着いたの。
I've been in the mines, Desarge.
ニオには不思議な力があるみたいだね。僕の感情が奏でる音が島中から聞こえてきたんだって。
どうしてそんなことができるのか、話を聞いていて今ようやく分かった。
I did most of it off camera. I just played I played GBF quite a bit in the evenings after stream, where I'm just like doing my after stream stuff. I just play on my phone. Also, like when I'm playing other games, I do all of my like monotonous shit then, so a lot of my grinding I actually do like when I'm playing other games and just doing it on my phone, or like after stream in the hours that I'm winding down. GBF's a pretty good game for that. It's quite fun for that.
あなたが聖少獣だったからなのね。それも島中に影響を及ぼせるほどの力を持った。
うん、隠しててごめん。でも僕が島に影響を与えられるのは単に島と契約を結んでるからで、特別強いってわけじゃないよ。
島と契約してる？なあなあ、もしかしてクーズのかけらとか持ってたりするのか？
クーズのかけら？うん、持ってるよ。それがどうかしたの？
私たち空域を超えるためにクーズのかけらを集めているんです。
Captain tells Kara about their journey so far, about their desire to find Essalucia, the island of the Astrals.
そんな壮絶な旅をしてきたなんてすごいや。事情は分かった。そういうことなら僕の持ってるクーズのかけらを。
GBF's actually the game that I've played off stream the most for a very long time. Just because it's very easy to play because it plays so well on mobile.
僕自分で旅人って言ってるくせに
Even encourages me to play on mobile because of Skyleap.
だから君たちの旅の話にとってもワクワクさせてもらったんだ。
Already clocked a pretty crazy amount of hours on Grand Blue Fantasy, to be honest, considering how long we've been playing. I think we're up to like 700 hours on Steam, so like probably a lot more than that because of on mobile as well. Kara touches his chest with his fingertip, closes his eyes.
出てこない。
どうしてですか？
わからない。困ったな。
Yeah, a lot of that is like watching story, but even still.
クーズのかけらのことはしょうがないと思うので。でも
Just so much to do in this game. I start feeling overwhelmed every so often in this game, like about having too much to do and like too much to catch up on, and I just have to keep reminding myself to take baby steps. It's part of the reason why I'm playing the game so slowly. Because if I push forwards, then I will feel completely overwhelmed. Yeah, if only we could get playtime across all platforms.
やっぱり災害のせいなのかな。あの日からかすかに違和感があるから。
島と契約してると聖少獣にもそんな風に影響が出るもんなんだな。この島の人の心。
Neon hasn't really done or said anything for the whole of this story so far. Just kind of hung out. Is there a reason for her to be here?
変わったでしょ。
Okay, maybe this is it.
この島、きっと前はもっと美しい旋律に溢れてた。でも今は悲しさ、悔しさ、そんな感情で溢れてる。
Maybe Ken, yeah, maybe.
あんなことが起きたからね。ニオは心の変化が僕の不調の原因だって思うのかい？
Oh, really? Really, Mizuka? That's a skin. Oh. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't even realize this was a skin. Oh boy.
ってことは島の人たちに元気になってもらえばカロの不調も治るかもしれねえ
な。そうだね。早く不調を治してクーズのかけらを渡すよ。
私たちも島の人たちやカロさんが元気になれるよう力になります
ね。
Sure is.
悩みを相談できる相手がいるのっていいもんだね。
Remind me what we were talking about?
彼に流れる旋律は普通。傷ついてはいるけど特別気になる感じじゃない。
That is true. Yeah, I mean she's well, I guess like she's really cool, right? She does all sorts of things. Certainly in Wind, like Casselia's gross though, right? Like Casselia's absolutely insane. I couldn't believe it when I was watching like gameplay of him with Rising Force. Like, he's absolutely fucking ballistic. He's like a ballistic nuke. Insane character.
嫌な感じなのは島中に響いてる方。旋律は似てるけど、彼自身の感情とは別物みたい。もう少し調べた方が良さそう。
Harry thanks the crew. Pleasant smile on his face. Oh yeah, sure, of course, of course. As the presence of the primary... Oh wait, no, that's only chat. We're one short. Yeah, she's the harpist of Eternals. Harry rights the overturned easel, sets a fresh canvas on it, and begins to paint once more. A vivid image starts to form on the previously white canvas like magic before the crew's eyes.
こんなもんかな。
驚いた。絵ってこんなにあっという間に描けるものなのね。
青少獣の力で作るんじゃなくて、一枚一枚手で描いてたんですね。
All of my strokes are done by hand as well, Iria.
僕の力は心に作用するだけで芸術品を作れるわけじゃないんだ。でもみんなが芸術品をめでてるのを見てたら僕もどんなのか気になってきて、みんなすごく丁寧に教えてくれたんだよ。正体がバレるわけにいかないからたまにしか行けなかったんだけど。
That was the joke. Yeah, we didn't really need to explain that anymore.
それだけ絵や歌が上手なのも練習したからなの？青少獣だからというわけじゃなくて？
まあね、何百年もやってれば誰だって様になってくると思うよ。
でもあなたの作品はどれも不思議。あなたの歌は聞き手によって頭に浮かぶイメージが変わる。
さすが鋭いや。アレンジを加えるうちに僕の作品は魔力を宿すようになってね。見る人の心に合わせてイメージが変わるらしいんだ。可愛いと思えば見るたびに可愛さを増していくんだって。へえ、
見るたびに変わっていくなんてなんだか素敵ですね。
まあでも下手だって思われたらどんどん下手に思われちゃうわけだから。
エルタ、さっきから黙っているけどどうかしたの？
ああ、こうして一晩で何枚も書き上げて町の人たちに配ってたんだって思うと、カロさんってすごいなって。
今でこそ一晩で何枚も描くけど、少し前までは休んでいたんだ。また絵を描こうって思ったのは君たちも出ていた慰問コンサートがきっかけだよ。
The relief concert made me, it would inspire me to do a lot of things.
そうだったの？
I'm sure many of them would be painting.
あのコンサートで心が洗われたんだ。同じ感動をみんなにも伝えたいって思った。
Enjoy your warm
みん
cornflakes.
なのために僕は何をしたらいいか、君たちが気づかせてくれたんだよ。ありがとう、エルタ。
ミオさん、どうかしたんですか？
嫌な旋律が聞こえる。街で何か起きたのかも。
そんなこともわかるのか？
There's nothing wrong with them. It's your culture. It's your heritage, mate.
急いで街の様子を見に行こうぜ。
だったら僕も一緒に。
Harry grimaces and clutches his
大
chest.
丈夫ですか？どこか痛むんですか？
なんでもないよ。とにかく急ごう。
Hey, Katakuri. What's up? They make their way back to the shelter to find a monster breaking in through a hole in the wall.
ここは危険だ。みんな外へ逃げるんだ。
お父さんの絵を踏んじゃダメ。
Boy frantically dashes over and snatches a painting out from the monster's feet. Oh, dude, like, I think they look great. Bruce, yeah, I really liked that that set of characters before they even got changed. Really cool that they're getting more art. I like that design quite a lot. The artist throws a stone to distract the monster and rescues his son. Throws a stone at it! Great job, Dad.
機空士さんたち、腕は立つんだよな。あのデカブツは俺たちの手には負えねえ。悪いが力を貸してくれねえか。
おはや、任せとけってんだ。
お前は彼と先に避難していろ。俺は逃げた人たちを誘導してくる。
お父さん、この絵。
安全な場所に隠してあげるから今は逃げよう。
行くわよ。
それ。
Oh shit, we're...
これは勇気の調べ。
皆さん頑張りましょう。
Prismatic Concerto!
旋律を重ねましょう。この音色で癒すわ。
怖がってばかりじゃいられないから。
Get him, gang!
負けませんから。響け。それ。
行くわよ。
そうさあ。
Oh, this neon is light. This is an altar. The actual eternal version.
ブラボー。次は何を歌おうかな。
The crew defeats a monster, attacking the evacuation shelter, but not before the shelter suffers significant damage. Once the captain and the crew have driven out the monster, the islanders return to their shelter.
君たちが来てくれなかったらどうなっていたことやら。感謝の言葉もねえ。
いいってことよ。怪我人も出なかったみてえだし、間に合ってよかったぜ。
でも避難所はめちゃくちゃに荒らされちゃいましたね。
Elder frowns as he looks upon the toppled wooden boxes, their former contents strewn across the
困
floor.
ったわね。食料の大半がひっくり返されてしまっているわ。
明日の分は持ちそうだが、こいつは食料の確保が最優先になりそうだな。
The man's shoulders slump as he leans over to begin cleaning up
せ
the
めて
mess.
馬車が使えれば、港への道の整備にはまだまだかかるってのに。
道はそこしかないのかしら。
迂回路があるにはあるが、魔物がうじゃうじゃいる森を通るんだ。とてもじゃねえが使えねえよ。
だったらオイラたちに任せてくれよ。さっきの魔物くらいならいくらでも倒してやるぜ。
いいのか。そいつは助かるぞ。
さっきの戦いっぷりを見ていたら任せられそうだけど、くれぐれも怪我だけはしないでね。
His records of the 10 like the Evoker event, but it's focused on unlocking Eternals. How does it work? Do you get like, do you work towards one of them, or can you work towards both of them? I didn't even realize there were rotating Eternal events. Man, I should have been waiting for those. Caro and the artist's son emerge from their hiding place. Caro retrieves the boy's painting from the box where he stashed it for safety.
ほら、無事だった。
Yeah, of course. There's outside of guild events, there's no way to get Eternals, right?
本当だ。よかった。
So how does it work? Do you have a fixed number of things that you can unlock, or is it like an actual permanent grind? Lots of red rings. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
君が勇気を出したから壊されずに済んだ。怖いのによく頑張ったね。
I like how it is a mod.
もう大丈
God
夫だ。
help us all.
ここを片付けよう。
お父さん、ほら見て、絵が無事だったよ。僕偉かったでしょ。
Just hit a lot of stuff for a reward, I see. Seeing his son holding up the portrait with sparkling eyes, the man clenches his fists, his face turning scarlet.
えらいわけがあるか。魔物に歯向かってんじゃねえ。死ぬ気か。
You clear out the shop, but you can grind as much rings and stuff through a progress bar as you want, as long as you have the pots. I take it you can't just like grind an endless amount of revenant weapons though. Like I take it the actual eternal mats are probably gated, so you can only get so many, right?
だって怒らないであげてよ。この子は君の絵を守ろうとしたんだよ。
うるせえ。そんなもののために大怪我でもしたらどうするんだ。
Ah, okay. So the revenant weapons is just very low drop rate.
こんな絵どうだっていいんだよ。俺の
Man snatches the painting from his son's hands and hurls it across the room. A piece of broken glass rips a large hole in the canvas.
また。
ひどいよお父さん。なんであんなことするの。
来い。怪我の手当てをするぞ。
怪我なんてしてないよ。ねえ、お父さんどこに行くの。ねえ。
The artist takes his son by the hand and drags him out into the hallway. 16 copies of featured eternal weapons. What, like revenants? Revenant weapons? Or anything else? Or it drops Celestial as well. Wow. Harry releases his grip on his chest, picks up the torn painting. So you can only get 16 copies of the revenant weapons. That's not a lot, right?
Boku wa heiki. ごめんね。喧嘩するつもりはなかったんだけど。
16 copies of each featured eternal. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Do you mean 16 copies of each revenant weapon belonging to the Eternals? Anyone know if there is a better way to farm the ninjas for Kagurazaki's? No, there is no better way to farm the ninjas for Kagurazaki's. That is the Kagurasaki farming method. Well, I don't do it, Prog. Same for Who Nice. Blue gold bar used for. Oh, really? They drop those. Wow. Yeah, 16 copies seems like barely any. Because that's not even going to get you to 5-star, right? Because you need, what, 44 copies to go to 5-star? I guess you don't need it, but I mean, you probably do. Yeah, just bar it, I guess. Just bar it, I guess.
あの人にちょっと言ってくるわ。
Yeah, you need gold bricks. Or I guess you can use the blue gold bars for it too, right?
ただ、あの人のことが心配でね。誰よりも絵を愛してた人なんだ。こんな風に放り投げるなんて、前は絶対にしなかった。
Gary tucks the damaged painting carefully under his arm.
魔物もいなくなったことだし、僕はアトリエに帰るよ。本当に助かった。
I do really need to get all of the Eternals and 5-star them because, like, they're very, very crucial to me being able to play the game. But I don't know if I really want to chuck gold bars at making them.
はい。とても
誰よりも絵を愛していた。
Come in time.
ありがたいぜ。役にも立たん演奏会なんかより
The blue bricks can be used for later later unlocks, right? So you can use it even for the 150 transcend, right? In place of whatever the fuck it's called. Terminology's hard.
あの人、元はあんなこと言う人じゃなかったのかも。
僕、カロさんをアトリエまで送っていきます。体調も悪そうでしたし。
So it's a bit of a choice, right?
何かできるわけじゃないですけど、一人にはしておけないです。
おい、エルタのやつ、森には魔物が出るってこと忘れてんじゃねえか？
Alchemy extraction event coming back during Collab 2. Like Ouroboros that time. That's the mana diver thing, right? Ignoring the crew's concerns, Elta leaves the shelter alone to follow after Carrot. Unfortunately, I already got all the Revenant weapons for Tien. I guess there's not really that much use for the guns beyond that, right? Radiance of the Eternal unlock, which stars, stats and passives beyond EMP rings, earrings, sure. Damn, 150 Tien. Holy.
来たと思ったんだけど、困ったな。暗いから見失っちゃったのかも。どうしよう。こうなったら歌で落ち着かせて、その隙に。
人の声がしたと思ったらエルタだったんだ。大丈夫かい？
今の魔物が倒れたのってカロさんがやったんですか？
人前ではやらないんだけどね。こうやって筆を振って絵の具を飛ばすんだ。筆は剣より強しって言うだろ。
確かにそうですけど。
僕を心配して来てくれたのかい？危険な目に遭わせてごめんね。ここは魔物が多いんだ。町の人が来ないから隠れ暮らすにはちょうどいいんだけど。
Elta notices a torn painting under Carrie's arm.
そういえば、その絵ってアトリエに持っていくんですか？
うん、直してみようかなって。
直せるんですか？
あとは残るだろうけど、やれるだけやってみるつもりだよ。
There's not really much use for surplus Revenant weapons, right? There's no... Because with Celestials you can just kind of break them down and chop and change them. Can't really do that with Revenants, can you? They're just like, they're pretty useless after you've got the amount that you need. Carol looks down at the painting, smiling fondly. Oh, there are a lot of usages, okay.
あの男の人、素直に受け取ってくれるといいですけど。
受け取ってもらえないなら、
Would you...
捨てたことにして僕が預かるよ。
What those usages are?
どうしてかな。今はあんまり
Just add more usages every time. I mean, they've got to give some kind of use for the weapons, otherwise useless, aren't they? Needed in many places. Can anyone name any of the places? I see lots of people saying they are used in lots of places, but I do not see any examples.
そうなんですか。
不思議だね。少し歩こうか。 誰かと話がしたい気分だったんだ。何か音楽があるといいね。
Uncap
悪
weapons.
いけどこの絵
Further
を持って
upgrade
て
the
もらっていいか
Eternals.
な。
Uncap weapons. The blue skins need you to do the gold bar thingy. Keep the weapon, right? The blue skins are just you get them from like keeping the weapon, like not breaking it down, right? Maxing out the weapon. That's where the blue skins come from, is it not? Uncap weapon. Further upgrade the Eternals. You don't need Revenant weapons to upgrade the Eternals, do you? Like past the 5-star uncap. You need it for TC 120. Ah, okay.
この曲
Ah, you need another 50 shards. Okay, for 120. I did not realize.
一回しか聞いてないからところどころ間違ってるかもしれないけどいい曲だね。
この歌はある青少獣を眠らせるために僕にとってはまだ両親がいた頃に歌ってもらった子守歌でもあるんですけど。
そうなんだ。君にとって特別な歌なんだね。
Eric continues to play. Forrest falls silent as though listening to the
エリ
music.
タは曲は聴いて覚える方が多いのかな。
そうですね。旅で立ち寄った島で曲を教わることも多いですから。
奏者が歌いつないできた曲、それも人の温かみや歴史を感じる。僕はね、スコアを読むのも好きなんだ。アトリエにあるコレクションを時々読み物代わりにしてる。
スコアってオーケストラとかで使われる奏譜ですよね。
いいものだよ。今度アトリエに来たら見せてあげる。
Yeah, so maybe there's something to be said about using gold bars. Lower your Revenant weapons costs.
何段にも連なった
If you're gonna need more, like loads more Revenant weapons later.
音符では書ききれな
There's
か
a
った
very
思い
real
を
world where, like,
メモ書きのような
depending on what you're trying to do in the
標語の
game, gold bars are a bigger. Get gated by merits. Yeah, oh yeah, of course, of course.
アマービレ、カンタービレ、ドルチェ、レガート。
That's what I mean though. You're always gonna get gated by something.
手のひらに落ちた雪のように。
Gold bricks are
刹那の間に
technically
消えてしまう音
farmable
楽に作者はどんな思いを
whenever you
込めたの
want
か。
to. Revenant weapons are not. So like, while eventually over time you will guaranteed get all of the Revenant weapons you need just from doing Guild War or whatever. Takes a very, very long time.
想像すると無性に胸が高鳴るんだ。まるで時と場所を超えて心に触れられたような気がしてね。
その気持ち僕もわかります。
Two lines
音
could
楽は目には見えないから。
Yeah, that's true. That's going to be an issue for a lot of people. That's obviously not an issue for me, but that's an issue for a lot of people.
だから曲が作られた背景や歌い継がれてきた軌跡を感じながら自分で探していかないといけない。そしてこれだってものにたどり着いた時、演奏しながらすごく感動するんです。曲の本当の姿が分かった気がして、曲に込められた思いや願いが
How did
手
you
に
suck?
取るように分かるというか。
Don't know how to break this to you.
やっぱりか。
You're a sucker.
君なら僕のエルタは一つ一つの音や言葉を大切にできる人だ。だから特にあの歌はプレガンド、そう祈っているようだった。
My spark
カロさんの
fund.
歌も祈ってるように聞こえました。
エルタにはそう聞こえるのか。やっぱり君は祈るように歌うのが好きなんだね。
ああ、そっか。カロさんの歌は人によって感じ方が違うんでしたね。
でも嬉しいよ。僕は祈るつもりで歌っていたから。この歌が届きますように、みんなが安らぎに包まれますようにってね。
はい、エ かったです。カロさんと会えてたんですね。
もう一人で行くなんて危ないじゃない。暗いし魔物だって出るのに。ルリアがいるからカロの居場所は感知できたけれど、あなたの居場所はわからない。
すみません。そうですね。カロさんと会えていたからよかったですけど。
迎えが来たようだね。なら僕もそろそろ帰るよ。
It takes the painting back from Alta.
僕は芸術の力を信じてるんだ。こういう時だからこそきっと何かの役に立てる。
Yeah, not as much of a difference as food, though, huh?
一緒に頑張ろう、エルタ。
はい。その絵、受け取ってもらえるといいですね。
そうだね。受け取ってもらえた方が嬉しい。
Yeah, I can definitely see it. That was that, especially coming from the perspective of a new player, where like those Eternals, like getting enough revenant weapons for those Eternals is a long way off, and there's a huge amount of like revenant weapon need. I think there's actually more revenant weapon need than there is for gold brick need, right? The gold bricks, because of the wealth of gold bricks that we have built up for Rise of the Beast, like, yeah, of course it is a finite amount, but even beyond that you can potentially farm it, whereas revenant weapons you can only farm during very specific periods, and it's not really even a farm. So it might be that gold bricks are actually the smarter route based on my very limited perception of things. Again, like Desarch was saying, it might even be that the crystal cost is actually more scary for many players than the gold brick cost. Yeah, I can see it, Desarch. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I can definitely see myself after the next Guild War, maybe just bricking the other Eternals, like whichever ones we don't have weapons for. I could probably see it. Otherwise it's going to take like literally a fucking year or something like that to be able to get enough weapons to raise all of the Eternals up. And that means that I won't be able to get, you know, like Transcended Seraphon, or Transcended Neon, or Transcended Tien, or whatever, for that long, because you have to raise all of the Eternals to 5-star before you can transcend any of them past 120, right? 120 and then 140.
しまった。カロさん、アトリエまで送っていきます。
And I'm pretty sure that impacts my progression more than a bunch of gold bricks.
気持ちだけで十分だよ。夜も遅いし、君たちは早く帰って寝た方がいい。
Kara heads deeper into the forest, his footsteps resolute.
もう心配はいらないみてえだし、おいらたちも帰るか。芸術の力を信じるか。
どうかしましたか？
なんでもない。帰りましょう。
Captain and the crew make their way back down to the road and return to the inn. That was an insanely long section. A few days later, the captain and the crew are transporting supplies using the alternative route through the forest. Meanwhile, Elta and Zalfira help with the removal of debris.
ご苦労さん。ついに港からここまで
All you, Elta.
馬車が通れるようになったぞ。
これで物資を運ぶのが楽になるわ。頑張った甲斐があったわね。
おい、あっちに物資が届いたぜ。ってなんか盛り上がってんな。
団長さんたち、お帰りなさい。
こっちの道も使えるようになったんだ。ありがとう。菊石さんたちが手伝ってくれたおかげだ。
こ この調子で町の方の片付けも頑張りますね。
助かるよ。君たちがいると心強いや。
カロさん、そういえば港でもカロさんの絵を見ました。あちこちに飾られてますね。
私も工房の近くで見た。毎日手伝ってくれてるのによくあれだけ描く体力があるね。
誰かが喜んでくれるんならあれくらいいくらでも描けるよ。
さあ、おしゃべりは向こうに届いたっていう積み荷を下ろしてからだ。
The islanders make their way toward the supply wagon brought by the captain and the crew.
お姉ちゃん。私かしら。うん。僕、お父さんのことでお姉ちゃんとお話がしたくて。ええ、構わないわ。ここだと作業の邪魔になってしまうから、あっちに行きましょう。
They continue transporting supplies, clearing debris, repairing buildings until the sun goes down. Elder sits on the bed in the inn, playing his instrument alone.
偉いですね。
いえ、楽器を触ってた方が気分転換になっていいんです。それにボーイングだけでも練習しないと思ったように弾けなくなっちゃうので。
セラフィラは練習しなくていいのか？そうね。
Elvira opens her case and starts to take out her instrument, but then
私
pauses.
たちの作業はいつまで続くのかしら。道が通って当面の生活が安定するまでって話だったよな。他の気空団にも依頼はかけてるみてえだし、そう長くはならねえと思うぜ。そうならいいのだけど。
Eternal's Dark Opus main use for gold bricks early, then Destroyer, then endgame Primal is Endless Sync, of course. I think certainly from a long-term perspective, it's got to be better to do the Revenant weapon route, but it will take a very long time for people who are just like starting up Eternals, it seems. And that might be fine depending on how big Eternals are for you, I guess, because like for some players they probably won't lean on the Eternals very much at all. I think I'm going to be leaning on the Eternals a lot, the Eternals and the Evokers a lot, because I'm playing in a weird way. Alta stops playing and turns towards Sophia. So I think it might end up being more worth me just blasting out the gold bricks and worrying about that later.
実は今日あの画家の人の子供に声をかけられたの。
Like at worst, you can farm gold bricks. It's not a good farm, right? It's not as easy. It's as just being like, oh, I'll go and farm some gold bricks. It's like totally RNG, but you can at least farm it. You can farm it whenever you want as well. Any day you can log in and just try and farm gold bricks, and you might get one a day or something maybe if you're lucky. But you can't do that with Revenant weapons, right? Like Revenant weapons, you're just gated. Like there's nothing you can do. You're stuck until you get enough.
お父さんがひどいこと言ってごめんなさいって謝られたわ。
ひどいことですか？
実は前にこう言われたことがあって。
Yeah, I'm definitely going to give that some real consideration after the next Guild War when I have more tokens to buy Revenant weapons. And more resources and things probably by then.
それでね、島の人がそういう態度は良くないってあの人に怒ったらしいの。あの子は大人たちの会話を聞いて代わりに謝ろうって思ったみたい。
I'm almost done with Tien's uncapped to 100. I did the normal Revenant route. And that, it was annoying. The mats are very annoying to get for those. Like, the rusted weapons actually weren't that bad. You just need a shitload of stuff. You need so much stuff, like prisms. Flawed prisms took me forever to get for all of that shit. I was like, how the fuck am I gonna get enough flawed prisms for every single Eternal? Holy moly.
私とエルタに島から出て行ってほしいって。
Royce to speed up the matter. If you brick a bunch of Eternals and can't do anything else, there's no point in rushing it. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I get you, Ariatel, for sure. Like, prisms are brutal, dude. I don't have cerulean stone income, right? Because my pools are very light. So like, I have to like hard get the prisms from breaking shit down. It's pretty rough. So again, I think that's another reason why I may end up bricking like most of them, most of the Eternals. Just so many damn prisms. There's so many damn like various resources.
なんでだよ。エルタもセレフィラも何も悪いことしてないじゃねえか。普段は優しいお父さんが私やエルタを見ると怖
How
い
do you farm the rusted weapons? Yeah, Proto Bahamut, I farmed most of the ones that I farmed so far, but you can also farm them in Angel Halo. If you need silver relic fragments, then you can do Angel Halo to get the is it Nightmare Angel Halo? Which drops the silver relic fragments. So probably a bit of both.
怒ったお父さんは見たくない。特に絵を投げ捨てたお父さんなんてもう絶対に見たくないって。
そうでしたか。でもあのお父さんどうしてあんなに怒ってたんでしょう。
Angel Halo manual, yeah, that's understandable, Tesarch. Yeah, it's worth mentioning that Angel Halo is obviously AP and Proto Bahamut is EP. That might also dictate which you choose.
あの人、災害で奥さんを亡くしているの。
Proto Bahamut does die in 0.1 seconds, but you only have to tag Proto Bahamut, right?
避難の途中でどうしても持って行きたい
It's
絵
not
があ
that
るって。
bad.
奥さんだけ家に戻って。それでその絵を憎んでも当然よ。他の絵だって絵というだけで目に映るのは辛いはずだわ。けどよ、原因は音楽じゃねえのに、なんで演奏家のエルタとセレフィラを目の敵にしてるんだ？
Yep. Yeah, there's no real stallage on Proto Bahamut. It's like get into it, hit attack as quickly as possible, get out.
いろいろ敏感になっているってことじゃないかしら。とにかくそういうことだから、私とエルタだけでもこの島を出た方がいいと思うの。船で留守を預かってる人と交代するというのでもいいわ。団長さん、いいかしら。
Yeah, it happens a lot. Happens a lot, Klitzy, yep. What's really frustrating is when you're waiting for the load-in and like it's there on the screen, you just watch it die in front of you as you're waiting for your attack to fire. It sucks.
団長さん、この状況で人手が減ったら困る人も多いと思うんです。
それに演奏家って言ったらこの島のやつにも結構いるしな。そうね。気空団の団員として私も復興作業に集中するわ。あれ？
The conversation is interrupted by the sound of rain hitting the roof.
急に降り出しましたね。朝までには止むといいですけど。
This one, it's bad, but it's not bad enough to skip.
団長さんたちなら
I did skip 3 of the segments earlier on in it because of the idol girl. I just couldn't deal with her. Thank God they pushed her out.
どうしてがっかりしているのかしら。
You deserve it, Cruz.
そんなにこの島にいたくないの？
Like, unfortunately, this set of stories is just massively dragged down by Alter for me because, like, that's his name. He's just annoying as fuck, dude. Sophia lets out a small sigh in front of her instrument case, still left hanging
セ
open.
レフィラさん、やっぱり悩んでるん
Altar.
だ。今夜はもう寝ましょうか。雨の日は音もこもっちゃいますもんね。
Oda puts away his instruments and starts getting ready for bed.
気を使わせちゃった。
I've played about
自分が情けない。
80%, about 80% of the side stories, Joe. Even, you know, some of the bad ones. I've only skipped about, what, I think it's 12? Skipped through some or all of about 12 out of 50 something we've played. Following Elta's lead, Zelfira quietly closes her instrument case.
雨。
すぐにやむだろう。心配はいらないからもう寝るんだ。
うん。
Meanwhile, tension hangs in the air of the shelter due to the sudden sound of rain. These chapters, so earlier on these chapters were very short, and now this whole chapter has been so long. As the night wears on, the storm outside becomes increasingly intense. The crew sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the sound of rain hammering on the window. I think that's one thing to be said about the earlier, like the very early side stories as well. Even though they have monster attacks at the end of each stage, the stages are actually quite short. Whereas some of the newer ones, or like later ones, this is obviously isn't that new. Some of the later ones start making the text very long. Unnecessarily long, I would say.
土砂崩れ？
寝ぼけていないで起きて一大事よ。
大変だ。急いで行きましょう。君たちってもう起きてたか。カノさん、町の方が大変らしいんです。分かってる。僕も一緒に行くよ。
補給の木材はまだ来ねえのか。
いいからこっちを抑えろ。届く前に柵が壊れたら元も子もねえだろうが。
ドドンはこっちに持ってきて。急いで。
道が。
The road that had finally been cleared earlier that same day is now littered with rocks, making it difficult for wagons to pass through.
早くしろ。さっさと作業を済ませねえと危険だぞ。
The rain beats down with an angry roar. Oda hesitates, momentarily overwhelmed by the situation.
僕はどうすれば。
こっちを手伝ってくれ。手が足りねえんだ。
はい。
オイラたちも行こうぜ。
セレフィラさんとルリアちゃんはこっちで荷車の誘導を手伝って。分かったわ。カロは土のうの設置をお願い。重いけど頑張ってね。
うん、大丈夫。
The captain and the others concentrate on the assigned tasks. Why does Aoya have her own Twitter? I don't know, but it's amazing. Umikin put me onto that. The most important Twitter we have followed on our Discord. Man carefully makes his way down the slope to the wood to get the wood for the islanders. Large rock suddenly lands next to Elsa and the others. Coming to a stop in the middle of the road at the base of the cliff. Admitting defeat, Elsa carefully makes his way down the muddy slope.
落石で道は塞がれるし、柵の補強は間に合わないし、二次災害は起こってしまうものよ。とにかく落石で怪我人が出なくてよかった。ここは危ないから避難所に戻りましょう。セレフィラさんも。
ええ、そうよね。二次災害が起きるのは別に不思議なことじゃない。でも私、そこまでちゃんと考えられていなかった。私、甘かったわ。
Saphira and the islanders make their way back to the shelter through the pouring rain. We finally made it through that chapter. That took so long. Despite the crew's best efforts, the main road is once again blocked by rocks and soil. The captain and company return to the shelter to find the atmosphere thick with tension. Forced to abandon their work due to the strengthening downpour, the captain and the crew return to the shelter with the islanders.
向こうにも桶を置いてきました。もう雨漏りしているところはないですよね。
ええ、そこら中鍋や桶だらけになっちゃったね。
Rain leaks through the roof, which had been previously damaged by the landslide and monster
こん
attack.
な雨と風じゃ、私も寝泊まりしている工房には戻れそうにないか。
今夜は避難所に泊まっていけばいい。菊池さんたちもな。
すみません、ありがとうございます。
The captain and the crew decide to nap in the shelter until
みん
morning.
な起きてる。子供たちも騒ぎで目が覚めちゃったんだ。
これを
お前何やってんだ。
モザイクアートだよ。粘土にガラスのかけらを埋めてお皿にするんだ。
遊びはいいから寝ろ。何時だと思ってるんだ。
わかってるけど眠れないんだよ。
だからってそんなことしてたら余計に目が冴えるだろう。横になって目をつむってろ。
うん。
Boy wraps the clay in a damp cloth and curls up under a blanket.
お父さん、子守歌歌って。雨。
Man suddenly stops patting his son's head.
どこに行くの？
トイレだ。先に寝てろ。
どうしてダメなの
But his heart aches as he hears the boy murmur sadly and roll over.
カロさん。
歌ってあげたら。エルタにとっては子守歌でもある。
Should we be parading around a kid's room? Singing song?
きっとあの子も安心するよ。
I'm sure it'll be
僕が伴
fine.
奏してあげるから。
Oda glances around to see the islanders looking his way. Exhaustion is evident on all their faces. Mood in the shelter is heavy, completely different from how it used to be earlier in that day.
僕たちが作業を手伝ってた時は無理をして明るく振る舞ってたんだ。本当は疲れ切って元気をなくしてた。
エルタ、僕は芸術の力を信じてるんだ。こう
We
いう
really
時
need a
だから
flashback
こそ
for this.
きっと何かの役に立てる。そう信じてる。
Do we really need a flashback for
どうして
this?
そんな当たり前なことを忘れてたんだろう。僕は銀融詩人なのに。
Oda rises up, his mind made up.
エルタ、ちょっと待って。
エルタの歌か。そいつはいいな。
せっかくだからもう少しそばで聞きましょう。ほら、あなたも。
遠慮しておく。行きたいなら勝手に行けば。
Oda freezes upon overhearing the conversation.
どうしたの？あなただってエルタさんの歌は好きだって言ってたでしょ？
思い知ったのよ。さっき宿屋に菊石さんたちを呼びに行った時に、災害が起きたのはここだけ。島の外ではいつもの日常を送っていて、雨が降ろうが気にせず熟睡。そう思ったら無性に腹が立った。なんで私がこんな目に遭わなきゃなんなかったのって。
しょうがないじゃない。災害が起きたのはこの島だけなんだから。
しょうがない？これがしょうがないで済まされる？あなたには帰る家がある。生活の糧の工房も作品も全部無事。私は家をなくして避難所生活。ろくに眠れない日々を過ごしてる。この差は何だっていうの？私だって家で安心して眠りたいわ。
だったらみんなで歌いましょうよ。ね。そしたら気分も晴れるから。
そうだ、それがいい。アルテ様への敬意を込めてみんなで歌おう。
I love my that she's having like a mental breakdown over losing her home, and the guys are just like, why don't we all sing a song? Won't that be great?
いい加減にしてよ。歌えば雨は止んで家の元に戻るの。違うでしょ。
Valid crash out.
アルテ様は何もしてくれない。こんな時に芸術なんて役に立つわけがないじゃない。
Art's not useless, but it doesn't fix the problem, right?
またこの痛み。
おい、いくらなんでも言い過ぎだぞ。
It's not something you can suggest as a solution. It's something you just do. Try to cheer people up.
カロ、どうしたの急に。
アルテ様はみんなを心配してるよ。今この瞬間だって島のみんなを励まそうと動いてる。歌ったって絵を描いたって壊れたものは元に戻らない。
Hi Jedi Mega Man!
だって
What's up? How are you?
そんなのアルテ様だって分かってる。でも今必要なのは本当にそれだけ。君たちがこれまで大事にしてきたものは
ちょっと本当にどうしちゃったのよ。
前の君ならそんなことは言わなかった。前みたいに楽しそうに歌ってほしい。
Hero readies his instrument, as though desperately pleading with the islanders.
黙って聞いてるよ。旅人無勢がアルテ様を語るんじゃね
え。
Oh no! Not your instrument.
おい、この野郎、乱暴することねえだろ。
It's only a day with brunch. What have you got for brunch, Jedi Mega Man?
あっちこっちに気色悪い絵を飾りやがって出てけ。歌いたいならよそでのんきにやってればいいだろう。
そんなこと言わないでください。だってカロさんはこの島の
I doubt he's just fucking guzzling down maple syrup, just pouring it down his throat, breadstick. Seems somewhat unlikely. Caro shouts as though he's scolding Lyria. And the previously noisy Shelter suddenly falls silent.
今それを言っても何も解決しないよ。
カロさん。
出ていくよ。大きな声を出して悪かったね。
Cheesy omelette with sauteed mushrooms sounds delicious. Mushrooms suck, but like they're alright as like an accoutrement. Kara retrieves his cracked instrument, staggers outside into the rain.
Hi.
Never really liked mushrooms. I wish it would hurry up. Captain nods, and together the captain and Elsa support Caro as they walk along. Caro reaches the studio and lies down on a comfy bed covered with a blanket.
何があったの？
ニオさん、どうしてここに？
あれからも時々調査に来てたんだよ。青少獣の力の不調は時として大きな災禍の原因になりうる。それを察知した以上、10点集として看過できないってね。
耳を澄ませたら旋律の中に異音が聞こえた。誰かが無理やり弦を引っ張ってくるのにずっと抗ってる感じ。調律が狂わないように戦い続けてる。
相変わらずニオは独特な表現をするね。僕にも理解が追いつかないや。ごめん、少し寝てもいいかい？絵を描いてたから何日も寝てないんだ。
あんだけ描いてりゃそうだよな。
It's like Fox.
調子が悪いの
His
も
Grambly fantasy
寝不足の
play.
せいなんじゃねえか？
だったら寝れば治りそうだね。君たちも宿に帰って寝なよ。
How many days till Bleach collab? I think it's in like July or something, isn't it? So a lot.
でも
お願いだよ。一人にさせてくれ。
わかりました。
22nd of July. Thanks, Bretsu.
何かあったら宿に来てくださいね。
Full Metal Alchemist collab is this month. Kinda cool. Nah, Full Metal Alchemist collabs this month. Not this week, but this month. You genuinely don't know what Full Metal Alchemist is, really? Wow. Gary closes his eyes and rolls over on his side, but the distant sound of rain causes his eyes to snap back open. I'm not going to try to explain what it is, because if you don't know what it is, you don't know what it is, but you can Google it. It's quite big. Quite a big anime. Or just an IP, I guess. Pretty huge IP. And Bleach, presumably. After returning to the inn, the captain and the others start to get ready for bed, while Sophia sits by the window, lost in thought. I'm not a huge Full Metal Alchemist fan or anything, but yeah, it's like I think most people have heard of Full Metal Alchemist. It's a very, very big IP.
セレフィラさん、やっぱり何か悩んでるんですか？
エルタ、
よかったら 話してもらえませんか。
I'm not forgetting that, no. It's just you're on the internet a lot, so I'm just surprised that you haven't encountered Full Metal Alchemist at any point during your time on the internet.
聞かせてほしいんです。セレフィラさん、本当に辛そうだから。
それじゃあ。
Zafira tells Ota about all the concerns she's had since arriving on the island.
災害で島の人たちが心にどれだけ深い傷を負ったのか。雨が降っても全然気にしなかった。雨音で嵐の夜を思い出すなんて少し考えればわかることなのに。
Why would you even say that, Breadstick? How would you know his age better than he does? Huh? Huh? That really makes me laugh. Look, I was like, I'm like 17, and Breadstick's like, aren't you 18? Nah, that wasn't Breadstick. That wasn't Bellicote, sorry. In March? No. Might have been Quantum? I think Quantum's birthday was relatively recently.
そうでしたか。心の傷の深さを知って戸惑うことはありますよね。僕も雨の音が気になるなんて想像もつかなかったですし。
Yeah, I'm genuinely shocked that you've never heard of Full Metal Alchemist. Even like kids, anyone who's been on the internet for a while, there are a lot of like Full Metal Alchemist memes and things. Just kind of shocked.
それに二次災害が起きても
Because you've heard of Bleach, so I figured you'd probably have heard of
しょうがないって割り切れな
yeah,
かった。
most popular animes.
道が塞がれてもまた頑張ればいいって前を向ける島の人もいるのに。
Yeah, you've been spared. Metal Alchemist's alright.
そんな覚悟なんてなくて支援する側なのにこんなのじゃダメだって思ったわ。
Yeah, I guess you just don't have that much knowledge of an anime. That's fair. Yeah, understandable. For some reason I thought you knew a lot more animes. Like, oh.
僕も
But Full Metal Alchemist is it's up there. It's not like the biggest anime, but it's pretty large IP.
災害の後に何が起きるのかとか、島の人が何を感じているのかとか、ちゃんと理解するのは難しいです。島の人たちとどう接していけばいいのか。
ねえ、エルタはさっきどんな気持ちで歌おうとしたの
Yeah, apparently Full Metal Alchemist is about roughly like 60% as big as Bleach is in terms of global circulation.
あの時歌おうとした理由。
Grand sneezing?
そうですね。あの男の子に
What we grand
安
sneezing?
心して眠ってほしいって思ってました。
Yeah, Bleach is pretty big. Bleach at one point was like, what do they call it? Like the big three? Was that what they call it? It was Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. Or like a generational set of animes, set of mangas. Yeah, the big three.
銀融詩人として旅をする中でも、僕の歌で気分が晴れたとか、安心したとか言ってくれる人がいたんです。
Yeah, that's the one. So like Bleach has about 130 million copies in circulation. Full Metal Alchemist has about 80. So roughly about 60% of the global popularity.
こういう時こそ歌で誰かの助けになれるんじゃないかって。
Big 3 is Limbus anime, Limbus manga, and Distortion Detective.
こういう時こそか。カロとみんな
そうやって何か心に信じるものを持っている。
Yeah, that's such.
私は
Zafira clenches her fists and lowers her gaze to the floor.
その僕やカロさんの考えは一つの支援
Side story, just the side story isn't that good. The side story isn't that great. It isn't absolutely terrible. I'm kind of following along with what's going on, but I'm not particularly invested into it.
いろんな形
I'm not expecting a big, incredible final chapter here.
だと思います。
I'm expecting a quiet little spurt. Distortion Detective.
島の皆さんにどんな風に喜んでもらえたら嬉しいですか？
どんな風に
We haven't had great side stories today.
私がどうしたいか
We're ramping up to peak though. Well, what I'm told is peak. We're getting really close to the What Makes the Sky Blue series, which I'm told is extremely peak.
歌いたいのかもしれない。でも演奏会を開くだけで嫌な顔する人もいたのに。
We have slogged through many side stories.
勝手なことをしてみんなを傷つけたらどうしようと思うのに、誰かの役に立ちたいとも願ってしまう。
Fullmetal Alchemist is a pretty fun anime. It's like, it's kind of well-rounded. Like, it can appeal to a lot of people who like a lot of different things. It's not like super focused. It's not like super shonen-y. It's not like super slice of life-y. It's not like super mystery. It's just got like a little bit of everything for everyone. And because of that, I don't think it like ultra appeals to too many people, but a lot of people are like, you know what? Yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist is a pretty good anime. What's the big three now? I don't know. I wouldn't know. Oh, Desarch, take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out for a while. Enjoy your fates. Yeah, I wouldn't know what the big three in anime are right now. Let's find out. What? No. What are the big three in anime now? 2026. It's gonna be like solo leveling something or other, right? Probably. This is useless to me. The new big three of anime in 2026. This might be what we're looking for.
With its flawless animation and a protagonist that refuses to lose, Solo Leveling didn't just join the Big Three. It created a whole new league of its own.
God, Solo Leveling
for the
fucking
king of
sucks.
the new era, the Shadow Monarch is still sitting firmly on his throne. Arise. So, there you have it, the official new Big Three of 2026. Between the emotional mastery of Frieren, the absolute dark chaos.
There you go. Apparently Jujutsu Kaisen, Frieren and Solo Leveling. Frieren.
どうしよう。答えなきゃ。エルタは待ってくれている。早くどうしたいか伝えなきゃ。なのに考えがまとまらない。
Solo Leveling is fucking huge. Like, it is insanely huge. It's kind of crazy, especially considering how not so great it is.
どうしよう。どうすればいいの？
The more Saphira tries to think of an answer, the more panicked she becomes. Finally, a fierce look appears in her eyes. It's extremely watchable slop, but it really is slop. It's very pretty and very watchable. But that's why it's so good. It's the Hoyo effect, guys. Is that a tier list? Yeah, I have a tier list of the side stories. This is our side story tier list. When I first started making this, I thought Shadowverse tier was going to be the lowest tier, but turns out that is not true. Never watched Frieren and Solo Leveling. I think Frieren is incredible, but I don't know if it would be your cup of tea. Helicopter.
ごめんなさい、違うの。苦しんでいるのは島の人たちで、私が泣いていいわけがないもの。
Vera manages to catch her breath and fight back her tears, but her nose remains red.
僕、何かセレフィラさんの気に障るようなことを。
ただ、自分がどうしたいのかわからなくて、私は音楽が喧嘩のきっかけになるのは怖いって思ってしまって、誰も傷つけたくないの。でも
セレフィラさん、
エルタやカロが羨ましいわ。私もこれだって信じられるものが欲しい。
Just wait until the Limbus Company anime, Bellico. You're going to be consuming it like crazy. You're going to be drowning in it.
きっとセレフィラさんは音楽の力を信じたいんだと思う。だからこそ悩んで、でも歌えばいいなんて言えない。難しい状況なのは事実だし。
So weird, like not watching anime anymore, not watching anything anymore. Really disjointed from everything. Like I watched so much TV and anime for so many years. It was weird, like stopping like cold turkey watching stuff. So many things that Elta wants to express to Selphira, but he becomes frustrated with himself for not being able to find the words. Minutes tick by without either of them saying a word. Elta grows more and more impatient when suddenly he hears a familiar sound. Oh, you read Terry Pratchett? I like Terry Pratchett. I don't know much about Percy Jackson. I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. Yeah, I like Terry Pratchett. Quiet melody of the harp echoes through the room, as though trying to gently lighten the heavy mood. Harry Potter. Alisa Selechneva. Brother, I am a mod. Alika, I will revoke your moderator status very quickly if you abuse it. Just want to make that very clear. Despite the crew's best efforts, the main road is once again blocked by rocks and soil. Captain and company return to the shelter to find the atmosphere thick with tension. Give him a warning. No. What are you warning him for?
Neo-san?
That word, Neon begins strumming a harp. A mournful melody flows from her tiny fingertips. You're not warned. I'll fucking warn you right now, Breadstick. You keep your mind out of the gutter, mate. Or you're going to the naughty house. You're warning him Harry Port these nuts. How about you just type to him Harry Port these nuts? In hell, guys. It's not that funny. No, you're right. It's not. Neon continues playing quietly. The melody sounds dark and gloomy to the captain, but it seems to have quite an effect on Elta and Selphira. Selphira and Elta begin to sob uncontrollably. Okay? Brain damage.
ニオさんの力なんですね。
何もできない。傷つけるのが怖くて。
Truly peak breadstick. As peak as it gets. Elvira pours out her emotions, unable to keep them bottled up any longer.
怖いに決まってるじゃないですか。
How many days do you think it will be of streaming on YouTube before we get a YouTube chatter? At least we probably won't get kick bots on YouTube. I doubt. I don't know. Are there bots? Are there bots in YouTube chat? Probably not. Don't know.
僕の歌で誰かを怒らせるのは怖いです。でもきっと届くって信じたいから大丈夫だっていつも自分に言い聞かせてて、じゃないと歌えないです。不安で
In comments, oh for sure.
押しつぶされそうで。
100% in comments.
そうなの。
それに結局僕はカロさんが傷つくのを、
Oh.
そんな失敗をたくさんしてます。何かを信じられたからって
そんな。エルタがそんな弱音を吐くなんて。
Elta should be hard on himself.
私が奏でるのは誰かへの共感。寄り添えば感情は落ち着きも高ぶりもするわ。だけど互えれば無理解に苦しむの。この意味わかる？
同じなのね。私とエルタの気持ちがこんなに不安で、こんなに悩んで。だから心の拠り所が必要で。
No, Bellicote.
あなたは
I'm playing side stories. We're not listening to music.
もう一度自分に聞いてみて。
You ridiculous, ridiculous man. Neil guides them with her voice and harp. The emotions unleashed by the melody sweep away idle thoughts so they can focus clearly on a single
信
one.
じたい。私も演奏を続けてきたんだもの。音楽で誰かを救えたら嬉しいわよ。でも嫌な時もあるでしょうし、相手の気持ちがわからないから歌っていいのかわからない。
Yeah. Because if the audience is there, they're here to fucking see you. So yeah, of course you can. The problem that you had, Sulphira, is you started spouting about fucking music to someone who didn't give a shit. Like, don't force your wants and desires on people who don't care. Like, if you people have shared interests with you, then they will be part of your shared interests. Those people, yeah, crazy. It's not really that hard.
心の音程やっとあったね。音楽もあなたも悪者なんかじゃない。
Neil continues playing for a cheap time. Elta and Sulphira let their tears flow until they finally regain their composure. This is all because one guy was like, I don't like music because I'm starving and it doesn't fill my belly. And Sulphira has had some fucking crisis of conscience over it.
ニオさん、本当にありがとう。不安なのは自分だけだと思っていて心細かったの。だから私だけじゃないって分かって安心した。
僕からもお礼を言わせてください。ニオさんがいなかったら僕は気持ちをさらけ出せませんでした。セレフィラさんを安心させることも僕一人ではきっと。大丈夫ですか？
疲れた。ちょっと引きこもる。
そうだったんですね。無理させてすみません。
おやすみ。
Bye.
音楽の力を信じたい。それが私の本音なのね。
Okay.
でも
まだ全部すっきりしたとは言えない気がするの。
Oh, don't give me any buts, Sophia. Can we not just move
何か
on?
も怖くなくなるなんて焦らないでください、セレフィラさん。不安なのは。
そうだったわね。
The night stretches on, with the rain showing no signs of stopping. Elta and Sophia remain alone with their thoughts as they quietly climb in bed and close their eyes. Wow, chicka, wow, wow. As dawn approaches, Caro immerses himself in his work in order to drive the sleeplessness and loneliness from his
破
mind.
れはどうにかなった。あとは目立たないように絵の具で埋めれば。
Caro brings his brush, covered with magic paint, close to the canvas, and slowly lowers it before making contact.
これじゃない。
Searching his memory, Caro pulls down one of the wooden boxes stacked in the studio.
あった。顔料と油と除剤、パレットナイフも練り棒もある。
Mixing oil paints, Caro first learned the technique from one of the islanders several hundred years before.
俺に絵を習いたいって？
うん。港に飾ってあった君の絵を見てすごく感動したんだ。絵には興味があったんだけど描き方とかは分からなくて、一から教えてもらってもいいかな。
変わったやつだな。まあいい。絵が描きたいならまずは油絵の具の準備だ。
だったら私が教えてあげる。いいでしょパ
Papa!
パ。
Do you have to do every room in the final dungeons or can I skip some? In Limbus. If you do the optionals, there are sometimes good like rewards in there that help you with the final boss, but I don't think you're going to have any difficulties, Katakuri. Your team is banging, so I don't think you need to worry about it. You're going to be crashing through.
難しい。もう一回見せて、師匠。
どうだ？ちゃんとやってるか？
パパ、私の弟子と。
Thank you for specifying Limbus, by the way. That was going to be my first question. I was like, in which game exactly?
慣れないうちは誰でも下手くそだ。とにかく練習を続けるんだな。
油と除剤を混ぜて温めて、冷えたら顔料に垂らしてなじませて。君に教わったこと、全部覚えてるよ。
本当に行っちゃうの？
うん。僕は旅人だから、ずっとはここにいられないんだ。
また近くに寄ったら顔を見せてくれ。元気でな。
また会いに来るよ、師匠。君がおばあさんになって僕のことをすっかり忘れた頃に。思えばこの町にはたくさんの師匠がいた。でもいつの間にか僕の方が教える立場になってたんだっけ。絵の具を練るときはこういう風に2つの輪を描くように練り棒を動かす。
I did every node because I needed the power. Some of those items you got from there made a serious difference to trying to do the boss.
さすがお父さんに似て筋がいいね。
悪いな。どうも教えるのはあんまり上手くなくてよ。
ねえ、カロは誰に絵を習ったの？カロのお父さんも画家とか？
僕には師匠がいたんだ。出会った時はまだ卵だったけど、たくさんの名画を描いたすごい人でね。絵の具はこれだけあれば十分かな。
Garrett sets the artist painting onto his easel, takes a bit of paint from his palette.
何度見てもいい絵だ。見てるだけで心が温かくなる。 この絵とっても綺麗だね。
結婚前に妻とよく出かけた丘の絵だ。俺は特別どうってことはねえが、妻も妙に気に入ってやがんだよな。
アトリエにしまい込まないで飾ればいいのに。僕もその絵好きだよ。
別にいいだろう。俺が俺の絵をどうしようが。
分かった。恥ずかしいんでしょ。お父さんって昔のお母さんの話になるとすぐ変な顔になるもん。
たく余計な詮索するな。
Why are we even flashing back to this? Oh god.
君の思い出だったんだよね。だから見るのも辛くなってしまった。でも
It's a lot better than the motorbikes, at least. Gear cycles were absolutely.
必要になる時が来るはずだから。
Oh boy.
出てけ。
頻度が増えてきたな。
Gary skillfully mixes the paints to create the perfect shade and brushes over the tear in the
と
canvas.
りあえずこんな感じかな。乾いたら気になるところをもう一回塗っていこ
う。No, a monster!
アトリエまで入り込んでくるなんて。
Monster! Arrow approaches the fallen monster's body, but as he reaches down to move it outside, he gasps.
壊れた僕の楽器。
Countless paintings and statues filling the studio begin to shake violently in unison. Colourful paint covering one of the canvases begins to dissolve and evaporate, turning into dark smoke. Smoke envelops the canvas and lifts it into the air. It swirls as though alive, filling Caro with a sense of foreboding. Caro grabs the mended painting off of the easel and half crawls out of the cave. Reversing the distortion detective, Limbus Company reference. Bellico. Heavy rain finally lets up and morning breaks. Captain and the crew visit the shelter, where they encounter an unexpected situation. What's that coming over the hill? Is it a monster? Is it a monster? Neon dashes outside, clutching her harp, desperate to fulfill her duty. One of the Eternals starts to head toward the source of the strange melody, but stops in her tracks. No, you don't. They're shit. Having a revelation, Neon boards a cargo ship docked at the port and speeds away from the island. Oh no.
画家のあの人よ。夜明け前から急に暴れ出して、今は物置に閉じ込めてるの。閉じ込めたって？私たちだってそんなことしたくなかった。けど暴れ方がひどくて。
The woman gestures to a painting in the corner of the shelter. It lies in tatters from what appears to be wild knife slashes.
あの人が。
ええ、そうよ。すごい形相で切り裂いてたんだから。幻覚でも見てる感じで消えろとか殺すとかわめきながらめちゃくちゃにね。
なんであんたらには見えないんだ。おかしいだろ、おい。
一体どうしちゃったんでしょうか。
Elta surveys the rooms to see the islanders removing the paintings from the walls of the shelter one by one.
それで絵を下ろすことにしたんですね。
それもあるけど、昨日の騒ぎのせいか、私たちも美術品をめでる気分じゃなくなってしまう。
Remove your muted role in Discord. Oh yeah, sure, man. Welcome back, by the way, Joe. You are free. Enjoy your freedom.
物資が増えて置き場もなくなってきたから、一度片付けることにしたのよ。
Nick Rogers basically Sherlock Holmes.
あれ、この絵ってこんなにくすんだ感じだったかしら。
そういえばもっと明るく華やかな絵だと思ってたんですけど。
この絵おかしいですよ。昨日までのあったかい感じがなくなってます。威嚇してるような感じで今にも襲いかかってきそうで怖いです。
どういうことだ。筆の兄ちゃんの魔法が変わったってのか。
魔法？それってどんな？
嘘だろ。頑丈な物置のドアを蹴破ったっていうのか。
The man's eyes are bloodshot, his face twisted with rage. His gaze falls upon the painting in his son's hands. It looks like he's holding him in a loving embrace. It's like, hey, get a hold of yourself, man. Or if you won't, I will.
邪魔だ。敵はあっちだろうが。幻覚だって言ってるだろ。あれはカロが描いた絵だ。幻覚のわけがあるか。息子が狙われてるんだ。早く始末しねえと。
やめて。絵を壊さないで。
離せ。本当に危ないんだ。
The man wrestles the painting away from his son and flings it across the room. It falls to the floor where it begins to shake violently. Oh no, it's Expedition 33. The crew and the islanders stare in shock as paint begins to drip off the painting, from which a pair of tentacles appears. The paint expands to swallow the canvas whole, transforming into a monster without a trace of the painting's original beauty. It glares at the boy with wicked eyes.
何これ。また来ます。あちこちで同じ気配が膨れ上がってます。
やめて。来ないで。
どうなってるんですか。誰がこんなことを。
考えるのは後だ。こいつらを蹴散らすぞ。
It's busting time.
戦慄に身を委ねて。
皆さん頑張りましょう。
さあおやすみなさい。
Get him, gang.
この音色おやすみなさい。
Those slimes or whatever they are.
お疲れ様。
Great job, team.
Nantoか片付いたな。
絵も彫刻も全部壊れちゃいましたね。他に止める方法が思いつかないからしょうがないですけど。
本当だったんだな。絵が魔物に見えるって。
No, I was just making it up for fun. Lab.
たく、ようやく目が覚めたか。
After making sure all the artwork has been destroyed, man calms down and looks around the room at the islanders.
襲ってくる可能性のあるものは今のうちに始末しておいた方がいい。町の方にまだあるはずだろ。
でも僕のモザイクアートは平気だよ。
捨てなくていい。魔物になったのは全部カロが作ったものばかりだからな。
言われてみればそう
Luckily,
ね。
Nick Rogers is here to prop you
知ってる限
up
りだけど。
with your information deficit. Well, that's just what he does.
ねえ、貴空士さんたちから聞いたんだけど、カロは物を作るときに魔法を使ってるらしいの。
The artist, an artist's son, and ceramic
魔物に
artist.
なったのもその魔法が原因なんじゃない？
待ってください。あの魔法は絵の具を作るときに使うだけでこんな怖い力じゃないです。そういえばあの人旅人って言ってるのにどこの宿にも泊まってないらしいのよ。夜になると森の方へ行くらしいの。魔物が住んでて誰も行かない場所に通うなんておかしいと思わない？
At this rate, they're gonna release the new fucking Kanto for the end of the month.
人懐っこい顔して
Like speed running Limbus's content. It's crazy.
じゃなきゃあんな場所行かないでしょ。
違います。カロさんはそんな危険な人じゃないです。
じゃあなんで魔物がいる森を平気で歩けるっていうの？魔物を従えてるのよ絶対。
なるほど。ってなると前にデカブツの魔物が現れたのもあいつの仕業だったのかもな。
あんなに絵を描くのが早かったのも街中に配り歩いてたのも私たちを襲うためだったのかもしれない。
きっと木を見計らってたのよ。魔物化する作品を十分にばらまき終わるまで待って。
Anxiousness gives rise to doubt, and hostility spreads among the islanders like a defense
あいつを
mechanism.
追い出す。腕に覚えのあるものは俺に続け。残りは奴の作品を壊せ。
どうしてこうなるの？追い出すだなんて。やめてよ。カロが僕たちを襲うはずないだろ。カロは優しかった。お父さんからお母さんの話を聞いて楽しそうに笑ってたんだ。
その笑顔も嘘だったのかもしれねえ。信じたくはないが、やるならさっさとやろう。犠牲者を出すわけにいかねえ。
ああ、島中を捜索して奴を捕らえるぞ。
The islanders raise their voice in agreement, dash out of the shelter one after another.
カロさんが森に行くのには理由があったんです。
まずいです。誰も聞く耳を持ってくれません。
ルリア、カロの位置を感知できない？先に私たちで見つければ守れるかもしれないわ。やってみます。
どうだ？こ
っちに向かってます。でもこの感じもしかして。
急いで向かいましょう。今は話している時間も惜しいです。
Harry staggers along the road toward the shelter, touching the mended painting.
君たち。
Soon, like after Kanto 10's
汗が
release.
こんなに。そ
ごく震えて、さっきから胸が強烈に痛くてね。
Face twisted in anguish. Kara hands the painting to Elta.
この絵を受け
Canto 9 only came out like a couple of weeks ago.
これ
Not
には
Russian,
僕
can
の
you?
絵の具は使ってない。魔物化はしないから。
魔物か。やっぱりカロさんの魔法が原因なんですか？
そうみたいだ。おかげで僕のアトリエもめちゃくちゃだよ。
さっき気配を探った時に気づいたんですけど、カロさん暴走しそうなんです。魔物化が起きてるのも自分で力を抑えられなくなってきてるせいだと思います。
暴走か。
Thanks, Bellico.
厄介だね。
Having succeeded in entrusting the painting to Elta, Kara crumples to the ground, exhausted.
さあ、行くんだ。君たちを巻き込めない。
そんなことできるわけないじゃないですか。どこか安全な場所で休みましょう。
いたぞ、あそこだ。
まずいわ、見つかった。
Monsters! Oh no! Monsters!
行くわね。さあ、さよならです。行くわ。さあ、それ。響け。それ。ああ、そんな。
みんなお疲れ様。
The heavy rain finally. Oh wait. The heavy rain. Meanwhile, Nobio and Narita enjoy a relaxing break in a restaurant on an island elsewhere.
お疲れ様でした。次の公演
Heavy rain mentioned. Limbus Company reference.
そうだね。慰問コンサートもあったし、現実公演で大
How wild!
ところでさ、この食堂ってピアノがあるよね。成田君一曲弾いてみせてよ。
困りますよ。
6、7.
お店のものを勝手に触ったら怒られますって。
成田君。
ニオちゃん、どうしてこの島にいるの？
あなたたちの力が必要なの。ペルフェット、あの島で今大変なことが起きてる。
ごめんね、話がよく見えないんだけど。
あの島の青少獣に流れる旋律をチューニングしないといけない。でも私だけじゃ音が小さくて届かない。私のことに合わせてオーケストラの人たちに演奏してほしい。
Hey Ryu! What's up, sexy? Sexy!
10点集の頼みなら断るわけにいかないよ。すぐに出発しよう。成田君、急いで行ける人を探して回ろう。
わかりました。
What's happening in the world of Ryu today? Captain and the crew defeat the monsters, but the islanders seize the opportunity to take Carrot captive. Waste's been so busy. Fuck work! There you go. This story sucks! We've had 2 terrible side stories today. This one is the least bad of the 2.
今襲いかかってきた魔物の正体だってこいつの作品だった。こいつ以外の誰の仕業だってんだ。
I bat signaled them by saying 6-7, yeah. I don't know if you caught that just before you came in. The artist pulls a knife from his pocket and presses his blade to Carrie's throat, his hand trembling slightly. 6-7 way.
脅しなんて似合わないことするね。そんな物騒なものを向けないでよ。
A round of applause for Rio, everyone. Rio 6-7 in the house.
随分と余裕だな。自分の立場が分かってねえらしい。
立場が分かってねえのはおちゃんたちの方だぜ。カロさんはアルテ様なんです。今は力が抑えられなくて、だから作品がどんどん魔物化しちゃってるんです。
アルテ様、何言ってやがる。
言っちゃったんだ。もう何もかもがめちゃ
NT
くちゃだ
dead?
な。
No, I don't think so. I think NT is doing fine, isn't it? Carrie looks up at the man with a pleading expression on his face.
ねえ、守り神はどんなに人を真似ても島民にはなれないのかな。ずっと島を出たことがないのに僕はよそ
I
者
hope
だ
it
ったの
dies.
かな。
I kind of hope it dies just because it's gacha system.
みんなの気持ちがわからないのかな。君たちのア
What
ル
do
テ
you
様、
say?
芸術は役に立たなかったのかな。
ついに気が触れたが。そんなに聞きたいなら答えてやるよ。
Oh my gosh.
俺はずっとアルテ様への敬愛を込めて絵をたしなんできた。
Oh my golly gosh.
だが絵は俺から大切なものを奪った。ズタボロになった妻の絵を見たとき悔しくてたまらなかった。アルテ様がなんだ、芸術がなんだ。そんなもんなけりゃ家族3人でまたやり直せたんだ。
ごめん、絵なんて
もう楽しめねえよ。最近時々絵が歪んで見えるんだ。極めつけにこの魔物化だ。あんたの魔法は俺の心をズタズタにしたんだ。
Yeah, you tell him.
歪んで見える魔物に。
Limbus company.
ああ、そうか。そういうことだったんだ。
I'm certainly glad you figured it out, Caro, because I honestly mentally checked out about 2 hours ago. Weak with exhaustion, Caro collapses against the artist.
カロさん、しっかりしてください。
Distortion.
気をつけて、また魔物化したわ。
Oh
いい
no.
加減にしろ。
Oh
この絵
no.
を続けるんだったらただじゃおかねえぞ。
勘違いもいいところだ。魔物化は君たちが引き起こしたというのに。
は？俺たちが魔物化を引き起こした。
君たちが災いの種だと思ったから絵は魔物に見えた。人を傷つけるなら魔物と同じだろう。役に立たない演奏会よりも。
I mean, that bit is actually true. You're better off with a hot meal than a concert. It's true. Caro's strange demeanor strikes fear into the man's heart. He instinctively tosses Caro away and steps backward. Hi, Sir Van Stein! Yeah, we're on YouTube now. I have an internet connection that is stable enough to finally be able to stream. I mean, like, arguably I shouldn't have really been streaming at all on my previous internet connection.
あの人がセルフィラさんに言ったのと。
Oh shit!
眠りたい。 雨の日も安心して。
Imagine Nick Rogers.
また町のやつと同じこと言ったぞ。
How you doing, Sebastian? How's life?
とにかくカロさんのところへ行きましょう。今なら捕まってないですし。
Sleeper agents. The heavy rain finally lets up as morning breaks. Oh wait, I've probably read this about a million times. You're tired, mate. Join the club. Join the club, brother.
カロさん、しっかりしてください。
Don't laugh. I'm sure it'll be alright. Like, I'm sure it'll be alright, mate.
役に立たない。
ダメ。話しかけても答えてくれない。
どうしたってんだよ。
We'll get by.
俺たちのことが見えてねえのか。
自分を見失ってるのかもしれません。カロスまるで島中の悲しみを全部吸い込んじゃったみたいで。
そう。人々の悲しみの旋律が流れ込んで。
ニオさん、それにノビオさんたちやナーベさんたちまで。
ニオさんに頼まれて急いできたんだ。
団長さんたちにお話があるそうです。聞いていただけますか。
彼を落ち着かせるためにあなたたちにも力を貸してほしいの。
What do you want us to do? You want us to like sing together or
も
some
ちろん
shit?
です。でもカロさんの身に何が起きたのかわかるんですか。
It'll get better. I certainly hope so, Sebastian.
見る人によって作品のイメージが変わるっていう。絵を憎んだ人の目には
Things can only get better.
美しさのかけらもないくらいひしゃげて。彼は絵が歪んで見えないように自分の魔法を歪めて元の姿を保っていた。それも無意識に。
Do whatever you want, Nick Rogers. It's fine.
さっき画家の人が時々
Whatever your pleasure.
って言っていたけど、
Whatever your pleasure.
絵にかかった魔法のせいだと思う。憎しみが強ければ何度も絵はねじられ歪められる。ねじられてもねじられても直し続けて痛かったと思う。
そっか。カロさんが何もしなかったらあの画家の人はとっくに絵を壊して回ってたはずだから。
Kind of lonely. Yeah, it'll be very quiet on YouTube. I mean, to be honest, when I'm playing Granblue, when I'm playing like story-based stuff, it's quite quiet across any platform, so it doesn't really matter too much.
アルテ様なんて。
But there are people around on Twitch.
芸術なんて。
Loads of people come and support me on Twitch just because
ねじれを全部受け
they're
止め
nice
て。
people.
彼
Sit
は島の人
AFK.
たちの感情を移し取ってしまったということよね。助けることはできないの？どうすれば元のカロに？
元々の旋律は聞こえる。不協和音に埋もれてかすかにチューニングすれば心の歪みは直せる。でも私の演奏で寄り添っても彼の中の他の感情に遮られるかもしれないの。うまくいかなければ
Who can blame him with this
暴走してしまうかも。
Rambly fantasy side story? Hello, Ryu. Ryu is my #1 cheerleader. I literally do anything, and Ryu's like, go! Yeah! Yeah! Rambly fantasy side stories!
あなたたちはこれまでも
I don't understand what's going on, but I'll cheer for it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There we go. Doing nothing. Yeah. The captain nods vigorously. They distance themselves from Caro, preparing themselves for the worst. Bye, Sebastian. Thanks for hanging out. You have a wonderful nap. Novai and the other musicians begin to play along with Neon, following her lead. We've all been there. Yeah, Neon's. This Neon's like a player. So apparently, Neon is in this side chapter because they made a new costume for her, and they wanted to sell the costume, and I thoroughly believe that. Whoa, dramatic much? Yeah, Jesus. Oh, the music. Oh.
あの姿、古い絵に描かれてたのと全く同じ。
なんてことだ。本当にあいつがアルテ様だったなんて。
What do you think we were doing? You thinking we were just telling you that, like, just lying, or what? What, brother?
放送してしまったのね。あんなに辛くなるまで我慢して頑張りすぎですよ。
We've all been too hard before.
悲しんでる場合じゃねえぜ。
Happens to the best of us.
早くカロを止めてやるんだ。
まずいです。カロさんの暴走のせいか魔物が集まってきてます。
くそ、
Monsters.
魔物を倒して突破しねえと。
バチが当たったんだ。俺たちがアルテ様を冒涜してしまったから。
ごめんなさい、アルテ様。どうかお許しください。
顔を上げてください。カロさんは皆さんのことを責めてません。
Like, what I've learned so far from Gravely Fantasy is the fucking Astrals have way too much time on their hands. You know? Like, they just seem to be doing a lot of shit, and I thought they were meant to be, I don't know, important to the world and doing important things, but they seem to spend their time just making Primal Beasts for, like, the Primal Beast of Mackerel. The Primal Beast of McDonald's. Let us make a Primal Beast for fucking anything.
絵が壊されても突き飛ばされてもカロさんの口から
The Primal Beast of slight easterly wind.
恨んだり怒ったりしなかったんです。島の皆さんのことが心から大好きだから。
アルテ様、カロ。そうだ、あいつはいつだって人懐っこく笑って不愛想な俺のことも怖がらなかった。誰かを怒ったり責めたりするようなやつじゃなかった。今だって守れなかったって悔いて。
そうよ、カロは私たちのために一生懸命だった。何度も勇気づけてくれた。
そうだな、アルテ様のバチだなんて言ったらカロは悲しむはずだ。
Watch out for this guy.
なあ、あんたたちカロを助けるんだろう。俺たちに何かできることはねえか。まあ少しの間魔物を抑えるくらいしか俺たちにはできねえと思うが。
助かります。
The primal beast of that weird feeling you get when you stand up too fast.
すごいわ。私も自分にできることをしなきゃ。
The primal beast of morning wood. Delphira begins to play. The melody composed to put even Midgard's Soma to sleep causes the monsters to come to a halt.
ああ、みんなでこの島とカロを守るぞ。
The islanders shove aside the monsters who have been slowed by sulfurous performance. Thus, a path is cleared, and the captain and the crew at last confront the rampaging Caro. It's been 17 long years, and we finally may confront Caro. This has taken ages. This has been what, like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, something like that. 2.5 hours, I think. Maybe 3 hours. Get him, gang! Possible to make an intimidating broad. Yeah, why not? Oh yeah, for sure. Like, music can be very disconcerting, right? So like, your jester style bard can be really scary. Especially when they have the ability to kind of like subvert the will of people. Calm and confusion and that sort of thing. Yeah, it had to be really creepy. I mean, music can be really creepy, right? Dissonant music can really creep you out. That's why it's such a powerful tool in horror movies and that kind of thing. But I'm sure a bard can be creepy. Kefka a harp, oh boy. I'd rather not. Ending. The captain and company bring an end to Karo's rampage, and he returns to his old cheerful self. But they soon discover it's too early to celebrate. It's too early to celebrate. But they're about to find out that making music isn't as easy as it seems. After a fierce battle, the captain and the crew succeed in suppressing Caro. Lyria absorbs Caro's power, causing his rampage to come to an end, as well as breaking the monster spawning curse on his creations. My pleasure, Nick.
怖い思いをさせてしまったね。本当にごめん。
まあ、聖少獣と戦うのはオイラたち慣れてるからな。優しいカロさんに戻ってよかったです。ね。
すごい冒険をしてきた君たちにはかなわない。
I'm straight, you're no match for my fucking crew, Caro. We eat primal beasts like you for breakfast.
これでどうにか騒ぎは収まるだろうけど。気になる。
He does kind of suck, doesn't he?
大丈夫ですか?
Not as much as Elsa though. Elder makes Caro look fucking sick.
なんでだろう。まぶたが重くなってきた。
暴走して疲れちゃったのかもしれませんね。
いや、もしかしたらちょっと休むじゃ済まないかも。遠い昔誰に言われたんだったか。僕の体はまるで脆いガラスみたいなものだって。
Apparently my kick live stream has ended. Pretty sure it hasn't. 98% sure it has not. No, it has not.
数百年眠るだろうって。
そんな。じゃあ眠ってしまったら今の島の人たちにはもう。
なんてこった。僕は取り返しのつかないことをしたんだ。眠っても青少獣の加護は続くけど、みんなが感じた恐怖をなくしてあげる時間は。
Harry desperately tries to stand. His body won't listen to him, and he ends up collapsing on the ground.
ごめん。クーズのかけらも渡せそうにない。君たちの旅だって応援したかったのに。
そんなことはいいんですよ。私たちももっと早く。
僕は一体何をしていたんだろう。きっとカロなんていなくても、この島の人たちはちゃんと自分たちの力で
Can we just not do this? Like, I'm sick of the animeism where like people are like, oh, it's all my fault, and it's like, yeah, okay, can you just get over it? Like, when you're like that, you are being selfish. You're putting weight on everyone around you. Like, stop being a prick. You're a primal beast. Grow the fuck up.
誰かに頼って欲しかっただけなのかも。ひどい守り神だね。
You are right now, so stop. What? Carrie sighs. Hearing his words, the islanders begin to speak.
頼ってたよ。みんなカロの歌や絵に励まされてきてたんだから。
It is a Japanese game.
そうよ。私もいろんなところでカロの絵を見て何度も元気づけられたんだから。
なのに俺たちはカロのことを疑ってしまった。
しょうがないよ。僕が人間じゃないのは事実だし、魔物かなんて怖かったはずだ。
あんたはどこまでも優しいんだな。
Don't praise him, it'll go right to his head.
特に俺はあんたに辛く当たりすぎだ。
What are you talking about? This is the guy who was so he couldn't eat. Like he couldn't afford a meal. He couldn't source a meal. He was mad because like they were making a load of fuss about a concert. Understandable if there's people starving in the streets. Why is this guy apologizing? They should be apologizing to him.
そんな当たり前なことも忘れてよ。
怒れないよ。怒れるわけがないじゃないか。僕はずっと
アルテ様だもんな。俺はあんたみたいな友人に恵まれたことを誇りに思う。
僕にはもったいない言葉だね。
安心して眠ってくれ。あんたが目覚めるまでこの島は俺たちが守ると約束する。目が覚めたらまたこの町に戻ってきてくれるか、カロとして。
Thanks for coming, mate. Unable to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness any longer, Carrie closes his eyes and falls silent. Alta, you can go with him. The islanders are thoroughly shaken. Alta covers his face, unable to hold back the emotions welling up inside him. Oh, Jesus Christ.
見守るしかないの。だってもう会えないんでしょ。
歌を。カロが好きだったあの歌だ。ラララララララララララ
Nah, he'll be back in a minute. He'll get resurrected or something. It's gravity fantasy. Man begins to quietly sing the melody that Carrie sang to himself night after night as he painted.
そうね。その歌だったらみんな知ってる。
歌おう。それがいい。
なあ、みんな。誰か伴奏できる？楽器は避難所に置いてきてしまったの。
Nah. They're gonna bring him back in a second.
あんたの演奏なら
Almost guaranteed. Firmly wiping away his tears, Ota moves to the center of the group and readies his instrument.
みんなで歌うんでしょ？だったら伴奏も豪華な方がいいわ。
セレフィラさん、
あなたたちも私に合わせて。
わかりました。
We're bringing him back through the power of song. The islanders begin to sing along with the musicians' accompaniment. Gratitude, respect, love, friendship. They pour their emotions into every note as they unite their voices in song. Granblue Fantasy is, it's very much like fairy tale style anime where nothing bad ever really happens and all of the bad guys eventually like come around. They either disappear or they come around and become allies. Wait, what? We're gonna bring back Karo? No way! Hold the phones. Too weary to even open his eyes, Karo uses the last of his strength to join in with the islanders. Karo falls asleep, fading into light. The music carries on. They continue to lift their voices together in song. I still expect him to come back. The following morning, the villagers gather in the town square to begin work on a shrine dedicated to Karo.
カロさんが見たら僕はこんなに偉くないよって照れちゃうかも。
確かに言いそう。でもこれは私たちの戒めの意味も兼ねているの。どんな時もアルテ様への敬愛を忘れずに豊かな心を大切にする。二度と同じ過ちをしないように。なら立派なくらいでちょうどいいかもしれない。広場にもカロの石像を置くつもりよ。目が覚めたら町に来てって約束したんだもの。
Oh yeah, he's just gonna wake up. He's not dead. He's just having a little nap.
カロの顔を伝えないといけないでしょ。
石像ですか。カロさん。
He's having a nap. Literally just said so. Be back in some of our years. Do whatever it is that he does.
ノビオさん、それに楽団の皆さんも。
ご挨拶が遅くなりました。実はニオさんから依頼をいただいてこの島に来ていたんです。
They literally just said he's gonna wake up again.
ちょうど公演の合間のタイミングでラッキーやったわ。
もうすぐ出発時間だからあまりゆっくりはできないんだけどね。
出発する前に君と話がしたかったんだよ、エルタ君。
僕とですか？
君はなかなか芯のある男だと思った。
That's very strong. Will you kidding?
態度、行動
The
に
guy's a chode. The hell is the matter with you?
君のような勇気ある青年がいてくれれば、芸術が存在価値をなくすこともないだろうと確信したよ。
As long as there's a man like him around, like the arts will never take off. Nobody's gonna want to have any kind of part with any of it.
あれは勢いだったというか、夢中になってただけで。
そうかい？僕にはあれこそが本来の君だと思えたけどね。それからセレフィラ。
Don't glaze the shit characters. Come on.
はい
Matsu jump scare, yeah. Clearly not really Yamatsu because he's blazing up some rando.
ああよかったです。きっとカロさんも喜んでくれます。
祠に何も奉納しないんじゃ閉まらねえからな。まあ傷跡は残っちまったが。
どれ少し見せてもらえるかな。ほう、見事な修繕だ。これなら音質も完全に元通りだと思うよ。
I know, Nick. I understand. Deeply interested, Nobia takes the instrument into his hands with that gentle smile on his face.
見る人が見れば修繕した後はわかる。でもそれは傷なんかじゃない。これは君たちの歴史だと僕は思うよ。ぶつかり合い、和解し、大切なものに気づくまでのね。そう考えたら、その修繕後も君たちにとって意味のあるものになるんじゃないかい？
これが俺たちの歴史。
Man traces his finger down the faintly visible crack as though pondering Nobie's words. Hopefully not Nobie's faintly visible crack, am I right?
やっぱり僕はまだまだだ。
皆さん、そろそろ定期便が出発します。
もうそんな時間なんですね。団長さん、またどこかでお会いしましょう。
I hope it will, Pamela.
また成田さんにお願いして公園の情報を送るけ。遊びに来んね。
Get out of here, you kids. Sky Philharmonic Orchestra members make their way toward the port, waving as they go.
そうだ。これ。
Ella takes out the painting Caro had given him and holds it out to the
カロ
artist.
さんが直してくれたんです。
俺の絵どこか目立つところにでも飾るか。
Ah yes, generic model artist with no name. I'm sure this will be a great future
そう
plot
してく
point.
ださい。
そういえば菊吉さんたちはいつまでこの島にいる予定なんだ？
We're out right now.
決めてなかった
No,
です
no,
ね。
we're out, Lyria. We're out. We're going.
あなた
We're
たちの
leaving.
おかげで片付いてきたし、
We wasted
あ
enough
とは
time here.
私たちで何とかできると思
We
う。
got promised lands to find.
続けたらどう？
Called Esther Lucia
だ
or
いぶ
something?
弱まったから、私ももう平気だと思う。
ニオさん、そうなんですね。
団長、あなたはこれからどこへ？
なんだ、オイラたちと一緒に行くのか？行き先が近いなら乗ってけよ。
今はまだ。いつかまた会おうね。あんな状況でも団長の旋律は歪まなくて。
Thanks, Neon. And I've taken an interest in you. I'm gonna buy your skin immediately.
団長、あなたの中に流れる旋律。
With those parting words, Neon makes her departure.
随分気に入られたもんだな。さて、そろそろオイラたちも出発するか。
どんな旅が待っているか楽しみね。
はい。きっとまたいろんな人と出会えると思います。
Traveling on endless road, stopping here and then, having new encounters, finding treasure everywhere. So never looking back.
Even when faced with hardships, people of Perfetto Island, the island of art, steadily pick themselves up and keep moving forward. Wish I also suffered more in this side story to be very real. But maybe it's just me. No, I also wish I wish the great harm befell Elta. Elta and Zafira looked down the paths that lay before them, keeping in mind the experiences they had on the island. They continue on their journey, seeking to discover their purpose as musicians. The end. That took 3 fucking hours. In recent side stories, I've played two bad ones today. This one was not bad enough to skip. The last ones that I played were the Magic Academy and then the Gear Cycle ones. The Gear Cycle ones I had to make a new tier for because, like, they were so bad. I can barely believe it. This is where we're at. Only 3 rows on here now. Oh. The last good one that I played, I think, was Teardrop in the Sand. I actually really liked this one. It's an old one, but I really enjoyed it. It's Sarah's second story. And it was just like, it's pretty like emotionally intense, and it was fairly short, and yeah, it had like random battles at the end of every encounter, but it didn't really matter. We're getting there though. We're making progress. Yeah, he's dead forever. Never ever to come back. We had to fight Gold Ship during Golden Week. I don't think so. I don't think that's the way Golden Week works, but I'm no expert, so you might want to ask someone with more proficiency than myself. Umikin seems like the sort of person that would know that. A Renaissance harp. Oh my word. 50 crystals. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh, we get this just playing over the top. That's kind of cool. Carry died. Nah, not really. He just went to sleep for a little while. He's getting his power back. He'll come back. And he sings all the time anyway. Don't make me manual this. Don't even think about making me manual this. Don't even think about it. How to raid Uma Musume. Oh man. There you go. When they rerun the Uma Musume event, which will be any day now, you'll be able to fight Gold Ship. Any day now. I'm prepping. We're not gonna make it. Oh shit, she's got a single target buff. That's what green is, isn't it? Oh no, this is a heal. It'll be alright. We don't need to use that, surely. It feels like I'm getting a second wind. Oh shit, we were meant to use that once already. We're gonna die. Nah, we'll be alright. We'll be alright, I believe. Nobuo Umatsu is a summon, yeah. Surely this won't kill us. Surely. Surely. We're working our way towards what makes the sky blue. We're actually getting kind of close. We've got the night chapters here really soon, and then after that it's not like really that long until what makes the sky blue. Fuck. God damn it. How could you do this to me? What was that? Island's Melody? Heartfelt performance. Aren't you overhyped? Ah, he'll be alright. I knew I should have healed. I've heard a lot of good things about them, but I always try to keep my expectations relatively low because I think I'm pretty critical of like stories and stuff. So. I definitely played it, and I know you will enjoy it. Thanks, Nick Rogers. Very reassuring. We need to cast that again, do we? Now we can blast though. Oh yeah, I guess so. We don't suffer in this game. Is that right? Any suffering is temporary. They reach their fairy tale ending. Their inevitable fairy tale ending. Yeah, that works. He's just super annoying. I can't stand him every time he talks. From the first side story all the way through, he just drives me mad. He's like so, such a wet fish, you know? He doesn't, I don't know what else to say. He just doesn't have anything to him. Has no confidence in himself. He's constantly a drag on other people. Doesn't add anything to any conversation he's in. Fight this again with the orchestra. Okay, girls, please make it so I don't have to manual this. Thank you. Sorry, Nick. I'm sure you're not like Elsa. Don't worry about it. Hey, great from Lancelot. Yeah, I have no doubt of that. Lancelot needs to make his own round table of shitters in this game. He's like, yo. Selphira, she's fine. I feel like Selphira is dragged down massively by the fact that Alta exists and she has to interact with him. Selphira doesn't really get a time to shine because a lot of what she's doing is like supporting a character that is awful. She's got to do a lot of heavy lifting. But this story still made the gear cycle chapters look... Sorry, the gear cycle chapters made this story look very, very good. The gear cycle stuff was something. Oh boy, was it ever something. Speaking of which, I got Tsubasa off of my SSR ticket. Oh no. Yeah, hate to see it. Why do they always attach the ones that you have to manual to side stories that I don't care about? Why can't they attach that to the characters that are cool? Let's leave finale up until we're all charged up. Okay. Use of Concerto effects from all allies. Wait, aren't they gonna... Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Wrong back up. Aren't they gonna get all of their things immediately? Musical Concerto effects from all allies. Oh, they all have a finale. I see. Right. Okay. And he is wind, so we want fire, so we want wind. That's her. Not sure if that was good. They don't have like a big heel here or anything. Using your SSR tickets, yeah, I finally used them all. We didn't really get anything that very spicy out of them. I was also forced to, I was literally forced by the game to use some expiring tickets the other day. There were like SR tickets that were expiring, presumably from like anniversary, and the game literally would not let me not use them. I just couldn't play the game anymore. Oh. It was just like, hey, you need to use these. I'm like, I don't want to. Yeah, so you know the expiry things. You know the expiry thing that comes up when it's like, hey, you have to use this ticket. You can't cancel that. So like, when that comes up, you can go back and try and do whatever you want, but like it will just come up with it again, saying, hey, you need to use this ticket right now or it's going to expire. It was like the SR, like a 6% ticket or something. It's like a 6% ticket. I was in the middle of doing a side story at the time. I was just like, okay, I don't want this right now. It's the monthly ticket. Right, I don't actually know how to do this encounter. I have no idea how to do this encounter. I'm obviously misunderstanding something here. Cheats on the wiki. Thank you. Ah, you have to line up people's charge attacks together. Thank you. Oh, off charge attack. Use all characters' first and second skills, then attack. We attack twice more. We attack 3 times. They swap. Weird one. Use them as first and second skill on the attack. Three characters should now have 100% charge bar. They do not. Use all second skill to stop focusing. Use your character's second skill to stop focusing. Now they do at least. Put on charge attack. This is, we're 1 turn ahead for some, or 1 turn behind for some reason, but fine. Use all characters' second skill to stop focusing. Whoops. I fucked it. It's fine. It was not fine. That's my bad. We're like a turn behind for some reason as well. I'm not sure why. Seems to be a little bit of charge bar under. I might have messed something up. Was that Vera in a white robe a skin? I do not know. It was not a skin attached to that event, at least. Of course, Sodra. Look at this off. Fire off their 1 and 2s. Ah, it's a character, it's an altar. Back. Ah, I see what I've done wrong. That left auto toggled on. Vera's had a lot of alters. Turn this off. Back. Back. Attack. She gets swapped. We use her 1 and 2. And they actually have their charge bar max. That's what we did wrong last time. So charge attack on. Focusing. Focusing. Who's the other one? Imogen? Stop focusing. And attack. Paris, of course. That's quite a tricky little puzzle. Thank you, Yumi. Appreciate the help. Oh, Maya and Zeta are off by 1. One day. Probably a few years left in Granblue Fantasy. Don't worry. Oh boy! Which orchestra member should I pick, guys? Oh boy! Hello, Chili. Which orchestra member should I pick, Chili? I like that it doesn't show you any of the details of the crew at all, like whatsoever. Yeah, there's no way to get them outside of the game, right? You used to be able to get them on orchestra tours or something, right? Is there any point in me getting any of these? Is there one in particular that I should? I kind of doubt it, right? It's inventory fillers, yeah. It's not you. It's not you, Robertina. You get any bright ideas? Seal's got some spunk to her. She's got a queenly demeanor. Enthralls and captives on stage. Not sure that's English. She lends an ear to the tuba god and becomes one with her instrument. Oh boy. Totally getting gacha variants. A best that can serve as a skin for the SSR versions. Oh boy. Maybe guys look sick. Which one's the wind one? Which one's the wind one, Amy? Pick that one. Tell me it isn't the Harvin. Tell me it isn't the Harvin. It's the Harvin. Oh my dear God, why? Why does it have to be the Harvin? What are the chances? Fine, we'll take Robertina. Oh yeah, it says here. Once joined, you won't be able to choose the other characters. Okay, that's fine. Welcome to the team, Robertina. This this side story has been nothing but suffering. Sort of mines I can send it to. I can send it to the Arcara mines. Right. In the mines. Let's get back to the mines. Where was that in here? Yeah. Starting to look a little more respectable. It's starting to get a decent clearage here. Primal Resonance again. Oh, that was Medusa. What do you want, you little munchkin? You little monkey? You little chocolate caramel beauty? Right. It says, yeah, Arcarum. The Arcara mines are a bleak place. Oh, yeah, we actually have to do the thing. Forgot. Yeah, it's just our usual. Our Karam expedition is in progress for 784 days. Poor kids.
5億年早かったかな。
Any chance we hit it to death? If we're lucky. Not consistently. The only Harbin I got to like are males such as Furious and Yadaha. A freaking goat. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Agreed. Furious, I don't know why anyone likes Furious. But hey, people like weird things. Yeah, it's an odd choice. It's an odd choice. Yeah, he's just a scumbag, isn't he? He just has no redeemable qualities. Oh, I need to actually log the right thing. Yeah, Munchkin. suppose I should do Sierra Cart's workshop, knick-knack academy, sort of, or Tales of the Sun. See what we can pick up for water out of there. It's gonna tell me to play Home Sweet Moon though, isn't it? Not Home Sweet Moon. What makes the sky blue? Next side story in. Make Up and Go and Poacher's Day. I don't have high hopes for the sounds of either of those. We may have hit some bleak pocket of side stories. Poacher's Day is a summer's event. Okay, that's almost immediately a write-off. I don't think I've seen a good summer event yet, one that I've enjoyed. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the goofy events. The only ones that I've really liked are the Let's Hang ones, are the Loane Bro ones, and even those, like, they got kind of worse over time. The original one was the best, in my opinion. That just has to be entertaining, and I think my sense of humor is just very different to like that typical kind of Japanese sense of humor. Some of the summer ones are okay, but they're fine. They're not really particularly great. Just alright. And some of them are really bad. But honestly through a lot of the side story now. We have these big chunks of side story. These These are the main things left. So we have the night chunk here, and then what makes the sky blue chunk, and then there's just a bunch of random shit at 62. I don't think this is actually following on from anything. And then this is society here. 62 is like the end of the side stories. Then it just picks up here, 73, this, and then there's a couple more scattered about afterwards. Kind of over the worst of it, to be honest, I think. Yeah, the society chunk's massive. The night chunk is big. The night chunk is big. The what makes the sky blue chunk is like, this is 4. This is 4. This is 4. This is 6, right? 6. Platinum Sky is right after. Is Platinum Sky good? Seven with a single MSQ chapter in between, yeah. That's Society 2. Ah, okay. Interestingly, you have to have done Rabomi to do this as well, Platinum Sky 2. I guess it has Nicholas or Shiro in it, or something like that. That's cool. I'm enjoying the process of it because it feels like we are getting to see all of the different eras of the game. I tend to like the Platinum Sky bench. Yeah, I'm sure I will. Part of the reason why I kept track on the tier list is just because, like, it's interesting to see the spread. It's pretty even across the board if you count all of these like kind of together in one tier down here. Pretty even. You're just a beast, Joey. That's the problem, mate. You're too strong. I'm trying to remember the name of the side story that we just did. Song something. Together in Song, that's the one. Where is Together in Song? I'll have to go back and look what it looks like. Bottom row, 5th from the right. Oh yeah, Together in Song, thank you. This was firmly in the tough reads camp, somewhere like here-ish. It was a tough read. Hello, Chili.
ゃ。
Just looking at me like that. Creeping me out. It's like you know something. I don't care for it. You are shedding so much fat. They need that here, thank you.
少しは役。
Need to fix up my water team properly for Tales of the Sun. It's gonna be a mess again. At least we have a Leviathan this time. Thank goodness for small mercies. One more. Give me those elixirs. Getting a decent stockpile here, actually. Replenished our class points back up. Spent a lot from unlocking the row 4s. Well, there's even a stamina system. I've seen people run out of stamina in this game. People who farmed very hard. Like, it is something that you have to have in the back of your mind. For sure. I've never come close. Not yet, at least. Running out. Closest would probably Guild War. We use a lot of pots in the Guild War. A lot of pots. You've never run out, Umi. Never, ever, 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 ever. There's a message on my message board. It's Umakin. Yeah, this is Umakin. Ah, my clothes. Umakin is a known pro gamer, it's true. Dermal has run out of stamp pots once. When you say you've only run out of them once, is that because you've managed around it though? You've been like, oh, I'm getting kind of low, I need to do certain things in order to replenish my supplies? Or have you genuinely been just like pushing as hard as you humanly can and still only run out once? Any friends these days? Nobody wants to be my friend these days. I always forget to check back on here. Right, folks, I've got to potter off. It is Pathfinder night tonight, which is like D&D. I've got to go and run my game, cause havoc for my band of adventurers. And so I'm sorry to dash off so early. Tomorrow we should be back to normal. We should be back to some kind of normal regime. My internet was fixed today. My internet, well, not fixed. It was like properly installed today. So no more like waiting up for half of a day. Wondering if today is going to be the day that they decide to hoist my cable up. Very, very happy to be on a modern internet connection from this millennium. It's extremely liberating. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you'll have a wonderful day. Good luck with whatever you're up to, etc, 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 etc. I'll bid you adieu. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Cheers.